For real.
Hold on, though. We're supposed to start this meeting.
Yep. And they were
Don't, no. Don't even. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Let's change that to Medina's and let's take Kalonde out and then Pfeiffer out. Howell out.
Allison.
And then Thompson out. And Wilson missing. That's everybody. Okay.
appreciate that.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. Really?
It just seems not really
Take your time.
Sorry guys, it's me.
It's fine. Anna Marie, you're fine.
Not a big deal.
No, it makes me nervous.
Go live.
I don't
Yeah,
like
we're
it.
live.
We did go live. We are live.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
This is very informal.
Okay, you're good.
Call this meeting to order at 6:03 p.m. Secretary David, will you please take the roll?
Senator Anderson?
Here.
Senator Borgasani?
Here.
Senator Corkish?
Excuse me.
Senator Durnell?
Here.
Senator Flanagan?
Here.
Senator Fulton?
Here.
Senator Gluckert?
Here.
Senator Gregory?
Here.
Senator Hahn?
Here.
Senator Hurley?
Here.
Senator Jimmy?
Unexcused, or excused.
Senator Johnston?
Here.
Senator Kiefer?
Here.
Senator Nelson?
Here.
Senator Medina?
Here.
Senator Ream?
Here.
Senator Rink?
Here.
Senator Sladish?
Here.
Senator Tarallo?
Here.
Senator Wilmes? Business Manager Parsons?
Yep.
Vice President Hanley?
Here.
President Belcher?
Here.
Here we go.
We'll now go into approval of the minutes. I assume everyone's gotten a chance to look at them. Did anyone want to get on my speakers list to make any corrections? Yeah, we can go back.
Which ones?
Which ones did you want? All right, Senator No.
February 13th.
Okay, February. You're right, guys.
I move to amend the business manager report, section 8 to include my name and the list of objections for suspending fiscal policy.
So you gotta go up.
Huh?
You gotta go up. It'll be. Keep going. One more. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Flanagan.
Unanimous.
And unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, that correction in the minutes is adopted. Next, Senator Nelson.
I would also note my objection to the same section.
All right, so there's been a motion by Senator Nelson to add her name to the list of senators that objected to suspending fiscal policy. It's been moved by Senator Nelson, seconded by Senator Gluckert.
Yes.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, that correction is adopted. Next, Senator Gluckert. Okay, I'm going to ask if you are making these corrections, if you objected to those. If you did not object to those during the meeting, then I will not allow you to make the motion. But if you did object, then that's fine. Just as a clarification, the minutes are to reflect what happened during the meeting, not what you want to happen. Okay. Okay, so it's been moved by Senator Blucher to add her name to the list of people that objected, seconded by Senator Jamel. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection, discussion or objection? Seeing none, the correction has been adopted. Would anyone else like to get on my speakers list? Any more? Senator Try. Okay. Last call. Seeing none, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 5th meeting and the February 13th meeting. It's been moved by Senator Turallo. It's been seconded by Senator Fulton. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, both meeting minutes have been approved. Before we go into public comment, just as a reminder, Senators, a couple things. One, if you do have corrections to the minutes, it's always convenient to email it to the Secretary. Makes this process go a lot quicker and we get to public comment faster. And then just as a general reminder to Senators, please no eating, talking, or passing notes during public comment. You are permitted to drink water. But please be attentive to our guests that are taking time out of their day to come speak to us. I'll now open it up to public comment. Would anyone like to get public comment at this time?
Yes.
We have our presentation to share with you guys today. Can you let us know how best to we move through the slides? Should we go up there? Should we just say next slide?
You should.
Just next
The
slide.
next slide, it works, and I'll do it for you.
Okay, great. Well, then, so thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today. Last week there was a bit of a hiccup with our scheduling. We weren't able to speak. We could, and we couldn't share a presentation with you. We also wanted to hit a couple of points about the community involvement that we do a little bit more, and also take some more questions since we didn't have a lot of time for that last time. So just to reiterate, I'm Nicole Gomez. I'm the editor-in-chief. This is Danielle Cooney, who is the senior poetry editor and also our social media coordinator. Also in attendance with us, we've got Luke Smith, who's our undergraduate intern and representative from the Oval, the undergraduate literary magazine, and then Jake Young, who is our online managing editor, runs our website, and is likely to feature editor-in-chief. So just a quick rundown, and rather than look at me, I would love everyone to look at the presentation. A quick rundown of what Cupbank is. Next slide, please. Cupbank is the oldest student-run literary magazine in the country. That's something we can really be proud of as a university. It was founded in 1973 by the creative writing program here at the University of Montana, which also is one of the top programs in the country. Next slide, please. We have a really long history of literary greatness. Next slide. We've, in our 47 years, next slide, from Cupbank 1 to our 40-year anthology to our forthcoming issue, Cupbank 92, which will be out later this month. Keep going. We have a really impressive reputation, specifically of identifying and discovering literary talent before they become Pulitzer Prize winners. We've had many. Next slide. We have been ranked, keep going, in the top 50 of the 100 best literary magazines in the country. Something that is really, really impressive for a graduate student-run magazine that has a turnover every year. Every year we're replaced by incoming students and our outgoing staff graduate. And as I said before, our budget's entirely dependent on what we're given from ASUM and then what we make in sales for our magazine. So the fact that we can compete with some professional literary magazines in the country that have permanent full-time staff and much larger operating budgets really speaks to the talent, the literary talent that we attract here, that we can be proud of as a university. Next slide, please. Some of the people that we've published over the years include Raymond Carver. Go ahead and push it. Which I don't know if everyone has heard of. Raymond Carver is, keep going. Keep going. He is known as one of the greatest American short story writers. He was published in Cupbank 1. Keep going. That was the poem that we published in Cupbank 1. Keep going. Next one. Joy Harjo, who you all probably know of. She's the current U.S. Poet Laureate. We published her. Keep going. Next slide. In Cupbank 25, one of her poems.
The University of Montana was lucky enough to host her through the department, the Native American Studies department this semester, which some of you might have attended. So also,
yep, and the Blizzard was also published, also finalists for the Pulitzer Prize in Cupbank 27. Continue. These are some of the newer literary faces that we've published. Callan Mink, who was our Kittredge visiting writer last semester. as a rising star in the literary world. We published actually his first fiction publication in Cupping 74, I believe. Continue. Book goes down for a couple of grades in our archives. Also, anyone who wants to swing by my office, I have plenty of back copies to share. These are two of his recent novels that are out. Continue. Kim McGowan is published in Cupping 91, which is actually due to arrive in my office any day now. And she's a rising star as well. Has won many awards. And Maureen Langloss, who will be appearing in Cupping 92, and you can see actually there the whole list of her publications. And also what she shared, the Fringe 75 that she drank when she was accepted at a journal that she adores. So we have a really great name in the literary community, and that's something that we can be proud of.
So speaking of this national recognition as well, we will be attending, and I'm going to put this here, we will be attending AWP in a few weeks, which is a national conference.
The Association of Writers and Writing Programs conference. It happens every year. It's about 12,000 writers and writing programs go wherever the conference is held. Last year was in Portland, and Cupping always goes, and we have a table. We host a reading where we showcase our recent writers, and it's a big opportunity for networking and for spreading the name of the University of Montana. This year we'll be going along with the University of Montana's creative writing program, and Cupping will be put together.
If writers who have heard of our journal, which most writers have because it is one of the only journals in the nation that still accepts submissions free, and that's thanks to people today. But free, if they know that we're there and we're always there, they come, they talk to us, they network. We have a reading series that is another community event that Cupping advertises on their website called Second Grade Reading Series. And one of our readers who coming at the end of this semester is attending because his first publication is a chapbook that Cupping published a few years ago. Found us at AWP last year, asked us if we had any opportunities if he could swing through with Zola, and we said, of course, he's doing that free of charge, just so he can be here to be participant of this amazing literary community that we have.
Okay, for next slide. These are just some different comments that were shared on Twitter by, for example, Cheryl Strayed, who was one of our judges for our genre contest last year. Just sort of the general buzz that the magazine generates. A little bit about the structure. This is what I talked about last time. Cupping, go back one. It's entirely student produced. We publish 2 issues and 3 chapbooks every year. That is our bread and butter. That's the most important thing that we do. We offer 5 contests with monetary prizes. We build partnerships with local and regional literary magazines, including Carve, which we'll be partnering with in San Antonio. We sometimes do a special issue, which I mentioned last time. Last year's was called Commissary Notes, which was a collaboration between Cupping and Freeverse and features the work of Montana's incarcerated youth. All proceeds from that magazine go to getting more copies of that issue back into the jails and into the detention centers, into the hands of the young writers. So we do a lot of community service in the wider Missoula and Montana area. We also run a website and a literary blog, and we're entirely comprised of students. Our staff are 10 graduate student editors, and then a staff of 45 readers, about half of which are undergrads. This is our structure. I wasn't able to show this last time, but what I want to point out is that editor-in-chief is at the very top. Beneath me are the 10 editors, but between each editor, the blocks in blue are undergrads. And the way the structure is paired is so that each undergraduate reader is paired with a graduate student reader. That way they can learn and gain experience from them in the publishing world. They can hone their literary eye. They also gain access to it, to tips on how to go through the MFA process, considering the fact that we have one of the greatest MFA programs in the country. So it's a good opportunity. And actually, I'd like to let Luke just say something really quick, because Luke is our undergraduate intern, and the magazine rests largely on his shoulders. We depend on him a lot, and he gets actually credit for this. So I wanted to just say a quick word about what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, sure. So, like said, I'm Luke. I am the undergraduate intern for Global. I help on almost every level of getting this thing published in some way. whole lot of experience on the class credit for this, with the hours that really cupping. And also just, I'm also not the only undergraduate. Cupping reaches out to undergraduates both from global and from literary classes, and they ask us to come on as readers for them. It's really just like incredible experience getting not only to work with Google, but with the magazine of a greater caliber, I guess, such as Cupping, where a lot of creative writing students in undergrad are they published in magazines like Cupping. So to be able to be asked to sign on to the other side of that world is really enlightening and informative, and something I really appreciate.
And to brag about Luke's skill set as well, some of the cover mock-ups that you've seen, he is the one who constructed them using Adobe Suite. So valuable experience. One of our recent interns who graduated last year has now gone on to a newspaper job, so stayed in the publication industry in Odessa, Texas.
Okay, you can move on next slide. Thank you, Luke. Right, this is our budget proposal. This is what I explained last time. Our biggest costs are our printing costs. As I said, we put out 2 print issues. Each one to print them costs $1,700 for 500 copies each, so a total request of $3,400 for the 2 print issues. In addition to, next slide, the 3 chapbooks, which cost $500 each for a total of $1,500. So that is our biggest cost. The printing cost, and it's the most important, obviously, as a magazine. We can't stay in business without printing. And then our shipping costs are the next most important thing. We ship out our winter issue and our summer issue. Each one is about $400 for 500 copies to ship. And then the chapbooks cost about $125 to ship, plus the yearly shipping and back order issues for about $300 total. So for the total budget request is $6,125. 2 years ago, 2018, when the budget was requested, we were granted $3,400, and we're asking for significantly more than that because the past 2 years, the magazine has not requested a budget, and we have been drawing on our funds that we've had from past sales, but we are going to run dry. So really, the truth is that without ASUM next year, Cupping won't be able to publish. And so our situation is serious, and that's why we've taken the time to come back to explain in greater depth and not answer questions if there are any.
So I do have one for you, and it's Senator Raul.
Thank you for coming again. We want to ask you this last time. Can you give me a ballpark of the annual revenue from publications?
Yes. The annual revenue, just from sales.
Yes.
From sales, I'd say is about, we can bring in about 5,000 in sales. We also do make money, and I don't have the breakdown because last year, in fact, no issues were published. So there's kind of a gap in the years that we have those numbers for. We do have revenue generated from the content, people who submit to contests. And that can bring in about, this year it's brought in about 1,000.
Senator Anderson. Any more questions for Cupping? Senator Ring.
Just a quick question: if you aren't publishing, are you publishing one like annually typically, or like speak to why you were published last year, or like do you publish?
We generally, yes. The way that it should be is that we publish 2 every year, as I explained. We publish 2 print issues and 2 chapbooks. Last year, the magazine came late, and so it should have been. So in fact, that's one of the reasons why we're in a pinch this year, because the 2 that weren't published last year, I published this year, in addition to the 2 I was meant to publish anyway. So we published 4 issues this year on no ASUM budget. So it's really very good.
Any more questions? Any more questions? Last call. All right, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Is there any more public comment tonight? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Alex. You might remember me from last week. I'm here to speak on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild chapter. We got a little muddled, I think, last week. We weren't as clear as we probably should have been. The overarching NLG in the national one is for lawyers and law students only, but we're talking about the UM one, which is super open to all of you. It's screeners. And that's part, there's no fee, there's no dues, so we'd actually love to have a couple of you, but mostly here to clarify, it is indeed open to anyone on campus. We would genuinely love to. Any questions?
Any questions?
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. Any questions? Last call. Thank you so much for coming in. All right, is there any more public comment tonight? Any more public comment? Last call. All right, seeing none, so ends public comment.
So we get the progress report. First up, I have committee reports. So since the last time we had Senate, ASUM met twice and we approved the classics TA, the creative writing MFA, and the innovation certificate. So this is the second or third time the innovation certificate has been seen by ASUM. However, this is the first time I have seen it as a member of the committee. And the two proposers of it, Brad and Elizabeth, came and answered a lot of questions of the committee. Overall, it was non-contentious and it passed with my vote being the only dissenting vote. The reason for that is that I just, one, didn't feel that educated about the certificate, and two, I just have had a lot of issues with its process and how the innovation certificate has come about on this campus and what it represents. I know Vice President Hanley has some thoughts that he would like to share as well about the innovation certificate.
No.
Does anyone have any questions about anything that happened in the ASU? Vice President Hanley.
Were there any changes that were made to the innovation certificate from last semester to this semester that Brad and Elizabeth touched on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they used to have it to where you could take the capstone, which is 3 credits 3 times over if you had failed it the first 2 times, but now it's to where you can only take it twice. So that's a potential of 6 credits that you could get taken over from this compared to 9. And then they also had a discussion about changing the common course numbering. They wanted to originally do IDEA, but it looks like it's going to be INNB or INNO. Any other questions? Okay, the next committee I have that met was unit standards. Senator Scottish was there. If you have anything you'd like to add. We just reviewed some standards. It was pretty fun. And then the other committee that met was the contract maintenance committee. So what that committee is, it meets once a month on Tuesdays, and it's when the UFA meets with the provost to discuss different issues surrounding the CBA. And I do have some news to share with you from this committee. So they've changed when they're going to send in lists of faculty for promotion and tenure from the fall to the spring. This is a good thing because that means when faculty get their letter that they're approved for promotion and tenure, it will actually have already been approved by regent, so it sort of gives them permission to celebrate without another piece of red tape to cut through. And then I know the provost office is also planning on putting on and planning some sort of event for faculty appreciation to celebrate faculty who have achieved promotion and tenure. Senator Hunt.
Is the UFA still meeting Tuesdays at 2? Once a month?
I believe the UFA meets Tuesdays at 2.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, next up we have online public comment. Secretary David, do you mind putting that up? I sent it to everyone at 5:14. So, yeah. So we changed the deadline from noon to 3. So I did wait until later in the day to look at it, but I will do it before 5 from now on. And not
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be switching computers real quick. Sorry. Where is it?
Look at my personal email. I'm out of the room.
Sorry. My bad. We're gonna switch computers here, guys. Okay.
We'll do a 1-minute recess. Sorry, everyone. It's my fault.
It's right there.
Okay, recess is over. First online public comment looks like it was from Pat Cowley. Does anyone have any discussion on this online public comment? Senator Clifford, is there anything?
What
Or
was that?
like read it? Okay, do people still want me to read it or can you? Read it? Senator Tola,
You said this was from Matt Powell.
Senator Flanagan,
Considering the length of the other email, would it be beneficial to do a recess so senators could read both of those on their own nicely?
sure, I'll allow it. 3-minute recess.
Yeah, my and that box, please. Okay.
It's like a fountain. Is that okay? It works. It's wildlife too. Told you. Yeah, my group members and everything. No, I couldn't.
50%. Just barely saving.
Like what?
No, I want to. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I actually don't
Let me just show you
just leave it up. I don't think you need it.
Yeah. I actually like editing people's videos though. It's fun. It's not super long. It's fun to like. Oh, I know. I have fun. At least one person's favorite. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Well, I guess there's 1 second. I'll see the first time. Yeah, they accepted all of my changes, which
As they should.
cough drop. Stealing from you.
Okay, everybody. Ethan thinks I need to. But recess is over. Do we have any discussion on the public comment in the chemistry book? All right. Just one suggestion. Please feel free to take any information that they've put here and add it to your notes for final budgeting. You're allowed to do that and back to bank. Next up, we'll be going over the admin budget. So what the admin budget does is it basically funds the ASUM administration, so all of our functions outside of student groups and agencies. And I'll just go over each thing briefly in one go around, and then at the end I'll take questions. Does that sound good to everyone? Sweet. So in the admin budget, the first thing, probably for secretary.
Okay, guys. It went down.
So we can. Senator Johnson.
I think the budget is fairly straightforward. I think you can what's going on. I don't know if necessarily I guess.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess, like, I agree, it's pretty straightforward. So this is how we are paid. This is how our office manager and accountant are paid. This is how we pay the Senate secretary, the SPA director, which is something that we're funding this year, but wouldn't fund in an off budget year. So that's why that would be included in there. And then it's just some of these things we have to pay, like all the SAIT and IT recharge fees, those are non-negotiable for the university. Graduation course for Senate, printing, catering. Does anyone have any questions about the admin budget? Senator Fulton?
Can you explain the miscellaneous line?
Yes, so I will tell you what we used it for this year, but it is miscellaneous, just in case things come up. So what happened this year is our picture frames that have the education, advocacy, and diversity. One of them fell off the wall and broke and shattered, but we couldn't find one to replace to match the other one, so we got three new. Something like that happened again. Senator Flanagan.
Is the line item for the full-time classified staff taken, or excuse me, the student / non-work study taken into account for the secretary's raising hours for last week bill? I don't remember the number for it. Cool.
Any other questions about the ASUM administration budget? Senator Hahn?
Does this get an executive recommendation at all? Okay.
No, it comes as a coordinated motion. But we can do an executive recommendation if you would like one. It will say the exact same thing as the request amount. Any other questions? Okay. And then next up in my report, I don't have anything other than just some reminders about a couple of math things. We had our math conference call last night, some interesting information from that. MSU is looking into doing a new project about voter registration in dorms. That's something that is not allowed here, but it looks like MSU is, or their housing is becoming more open to it, and that's been a discussion they're having, but there are other campuses in Montana that do allow it, so we're looking into doing a mass resolution that would make it allowed statewide. So that's a project TBD. And then just a reminder that we'll be doing the spring event in April at MSU, and they're still looking for suggestions about different topics related to basic needs, diverse students, and students that otherwise would not be involved in student government. And I will be finishing legislative survey for all of Montana for the Mass Legislative Subcommittee probably on Friday. So now is your chance to have your voice heard. There's a topic for you. Any questions about my topic? So ends the president's report.
So begins the Vice President's report. The first thing we have is committee updates. Does anyone else want to get on my speakers list besides Anderson? And again, these won't be reflected on the screen just because the secretary laptop doesn't behave well with blocks. So I'll just write down the motions and correct them tomorrow. Anderson.
Can you please go to GPSC? Move to remove Gretchen Neal from GPSC.
All right, there's been a motion to remove Gretchen Neal from GPSC. So it's been moved by Anderson, seconded by Rink. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection, discussion or objection? Seeing none, Gretchen Neal has been removed from GPSC. Next on my speakers list, I've got Flanagan.
Yield.
Reed. Business major Parsons.
Can you scroll up to budget and finance, please? It's at the very top. All right. Motion to remove Dakota Howman from that sales spot.
Okay. That's fine. It's already been moved, so there doesn't need to be a motion there. I just forgot to update the spreadsheet, but yes, he has been removed from budget and finance. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, just to give more clarification, Dakota reached his absence limit on budget and finance. I just forgot to remove it from the spreadsheet, so it doesn't apply to motion. Just, you're all aware. Anyone else want to get on my speakers list for committee assignments? Last call. All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve committee assignments. Moved by Senator Hahn, seconded by Senator Torello. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, committee assignments have been approved. So the next thing on my agenda is the March Board of Regents. So that will be in Dillon, Montana from March 4th to the 6th, so it's in 2 weeks. Send me an email if you're interested and you want to come. Most likely we will be leaving between 10 to 1 on Wednesday, depending on when the mass meeting is scheduled. President Belcher and I don't know when that's scheduled yet, but we can try to give you an itinerary as soon as possible. You need to let me know by Wednesday next week if you want to come to the March Board of Regents. So I'm giving you a full week. And yeah, does anybody have questions about that? Cool. He's on week. March 4th through 6th. We also will not have a Senate meeting that week. Any other questions about March BOR? Last call. Oh, also, if you talk to me about it, I probably forgot, so you still need to send me an email. I just don't want to forget. So the next thing on my agenda or my report is committee reports. So I have 3 for you. The first is the Sea Change Director search, and myself and Advisor Reed are on it. We met Thursday last week to kind of go over the committee structure, set the timeline, and then just get everything situated out. We're in the process of shortlisting right now, and then we should be meeting next week to determine semifinalists. And then the process will just keep rolling on from there. So we'll be sure to keep you updated on that. The next is the College of Business Dean search. That's moving quite along. We just conducted reference checks. We will be meeting at 10 tomorrow to pick our finalists for campus visits, and those will probably happen, I don't know. I mean, it's really tough to determine when the week that's going to happen. So I would say The week before spring break and the week after spring break is probably when campus visits will be conducted, just because of the way EOR works out with the provost schedule, as well as a couple other pretty interesting scheduling logistics. Right now we have 5 semi-finalists. We narrowed the 9 people that we interviewed down to 5. We will be picking at a minimum 3 to come to campus, and at maximum we will pick 4 to come to campus. We will not be picking less than 3 this time. And then I will be sure to let you all know when those campus visits are announced, the student forum times, the public forum times, and then the link to the evaluations on the provost website. If you want to get a head start on that for all the searches, you can just search UNT Provost and click on academic hiring, and then you can look at all the progress on the searches, whether that's the College of Arts and Media, which Senator Fulton is sitting on, the Dean of the College of Forestry and Conservation, or College of Humanities and Sciences, which we currently do not have an ASUM Senator sitting on, so I can't, no one on this body is providing anybody updates on. Johnson, did you want to get on my speakers list? Okay. Senator Hahn.
For the semifinalists, is it public knowledge yet?
No, the only public knowledge that will be displayed about the search is the finalists.
Finals. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could you repeat the searches you were looking for senators for?
Oh, no one. Just the Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences doesn't have any ASUM senator sitting on it, or anybody from ASUM sitting on it. So if you want an update on that search, you just go to the UMT Provost website and click on academic hiring. From there, you can find the form to submit feedback about the candidates as well as the finalist schedules. Sweet. Any other questions about the Dean of the College of Business or any of the Dean's searches? I guess I'll take questions for that too. Sweet. Seeing none. The last one, and this one I'm going to tag team with Senator Anderson, is the Student Conduct Code update. We are done. Pretty much everything is done in the Student Conduct Code, with the exception of the student group stuff. We're still working that one out a little bit, but that one should hopefully be done by the end of the month, we hope. And we started to schedule shared governance visits for student conduct presentations. So ASUM is tentatively scheduled to see the Student Conduct Code, the MOU, as well as the ensuing policy changes for student group conduct proceedings on March 11th. Please mark that date down. You really need to come to that Senate meeting. That is going to be an extremely important Senate meeting. The Student Conduct Code has not had this full of a revision in probably 20 years. So you need to be at the Senate meeting. And just to go along with the procedure about the way that it's being presented, March 11th, every single item will be presented as an informational item. Some people from the committee will be presenting them, like the Student Conduct Code, such as like Kelly Magnuson and Sandy Curtis from Housing, as they've been working on it, but other things like the Student Group MOU, as well as the ensuing policy changes, will be presented by President Belcher or Senator Anderson, or even a little bit myself. So it's going to be a very weird and wonky process, but just make sure that you stay through and that you're very, very focused and that you know what you're doing on, so that we can make these changes happen well, and also making sure that these changes are good. The next thing is on March 25th, all the items that we need to vote on, specifically the resolutions and approving the MOU, will be voted on at March 25th meeting. It is a meeting at Missoula College, West Campus. So we can only be there until 10 p.m. Odds are we will probably go over the time length, so we probably won't get to all business because those things are going to be extremely important for ASUM for the next coming years. So please try to attend the March 11th and March 25th meetings. Try to get work off now. Try to get any of your obligations off of those Senate meetings now. I think those two are going to be the most important Senate meetings for you all to attend this year. And then if Senator Anderson has anything to add.
Yeah, please, Mr. Yuri, Vice President Haley and I have worked on this for almost a year at this point. So please respect the time we put into this attention. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask one of us.
The other thing is, if you would like to meet with us to talk about it, my office hours are a perfect time to do that. President Belcher's office hours are a good time to do that. And when Senator Anderson hosts her office hour, that would be an excellent time to ask her any questions as well. So you can also ask Business Manager Parsons. I didn't mean to be out there. But yeah, ask any of the execs or Senator Anderson. When we have free time, we would love to meet with you and discuss all these changes and any of the potential ramifications. President Belcher.
So everyone knows my office hours are Mondays from 9 to 11:30, and Wednesdays from 3.
Senator Jordan.
Just to clarify, March 11th and 25th Senate meetings are just scheduled Wednesday.
Yep. So Wednesday at 6, the 11th meeting will be in here. The March 25th meeting will be at West Campus. Yeah. Also, if you have any new business, maybe hold off presenting that until the March 25th meeting, because chances are we probably won't be able to see it at the March 25th. Any more questions about that? President Belcher.
Vice President Hanley, how many meetings do we have in a month?
5, including the outgoing and incoming Senate meetings. So April 1st, 8th, 15th, 27th, 29th. Any more questions? Cool. Seeing none, I will now move on to my other, and I just have 2 asks for you all to consider. The first is the Student Computer Fee Committee needs 1 other senator to sit, or 1 student to sit on that. So I'm asking you all if you were interested in sitting on that. It meets every other week. It's either every other week or every week at 9, Fridays at 9. Please send me an email if you're interested. That committee is vitally important because it's specifically student designated dollars for technology improvements on campus. And that one is a fairly important committee. It's one of the few university committees that students have a majority on this campus. Senator Slavich.
When does it meet?
Fridays at 9.
AM.
Yeah. I would not ever want a senator to go to the Friday committee meeting at 9 p.m.
Thank you.
The next one, I touched on this, I think, last meeting and maybe in an email I sent a couple weeks ago, but the Summer Advisory Council has just formed. And this is a pretty important committee just because it's revitalizing our summer programs. They're pretty good. It gives a lot of input for Grace Gardner. So if you are interested, send me a note or send me an email. They need a senator to sit on the committee March 4th. And I think the meeting time is 11 noon, but I'll check my email. Even if the time of the day doesn't work out, send me an email that you're interested in doing work on that. And I can try to hook you up with Becky or Grace Gardner about it. And then if the meeting time doesn't work for you, I'll appoint you to the council. So just send me an email. Summer is becoming a lot more important at So yeah, is there any questions for me on that? Great, that is all I have for my other. Is there any questions for me about my report or anything for me? Last call. All right, seeing none, so on to the Vice President's report.
So it begins business manager's report. If you look at the financial request, you'll see the zero-based carryover currently has a $6,000 request. That's because we'll be seeing the resolution tonight of transferring that from the zero base into final budgeting to ensure that we meet our student group minimums and that we can adequately fund our agencies to support their missions. From STIP, we have a $1,200 request from GPSC, special allocation. I believe we have 1 from NALSA. Emergency spring travel allocation, we have 2 from Wildlife Society. And looking at the Denison Theater Event Fund, you'll see that amount has been reduced because Opera Theater held their event this past weekend. But with that, we'll jump right into the financial requests, starting with the Central and Southwest Asian Club. I'll now turn it over to the board if they would like to give an authorship. Senator Nelson.
Yeah, we funded this request a little bit over half. The reason we didn't fund it in full, despite our account being relatively healthy, is that this student group hosted an event that was also relatively costly and funded relatively well in the fall. And we wanted to preserve funds this spring in case other student groups wanted to host events of similar magnitude. We didn't think it was fair to fund the same.
Is there any discussion on the Central and Southwest Asian Club request? Last call for discussion. All right, well, we'll go into an automatic vote to approve this request. So all those in favor of funding this group in the amount of $1,250, please raise your placards. All those opposed? And any abstentions? All right, that motion passes unanimously. So next we'll go on to the STIP request form from the Graduate and Professional Student Committee. I I would yield to Senator Anderson since he was the author of this request. If you would like to speak on it, you don't have to though.
Yeah, so we just committed public marathon, based off of her, this is how the catering and I will go your question.
And I'll now turn it over to a member from the Board on Budget and Finance if they would like to talk about how they funded this. Or is this in response to
Quick
Anderson?
question, is that the form that we used a special allocation?
So I had to transpose it in an actual STIP form because the file that Senator Anderson had was impossible to transpose in the manner. So I just transposed all of the information from her handwritten request onto this form. If you'll notice, there is no signature line there. Senator Anderson will have to sign this at the end of this meeting. I promise I didn't change any information. I'm not trying to be nefarious. I'm not that sneaky, but yes, thank you for catching that.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually kind of sat in on this meeting. I personally don't feel comfortable funding the breakfast in my copy. I would much rather see them go towards just the reception. But yeah, I think we appreciate it otherwise. But as of right now, I just don't feel comfortable funding the breakfast in my copy.
Senator Durnell.
Is it standard for catering to go through a STIP request or staff will come as a special occasion?
So for this one, what I've been doing this year is when committees request funding, it's very unclear in fiscal policy what avenue to go through. So for this year, when committees have been requesting funding, I've been putting them through STIP because STIP's a healthier account. I think it's more appropriate to go out of there. What I've been doing for special allocation and travel this year, I've been reserving that only for student group use because it's a much lower amount and I would like that money to go to student groups if possible. But that said, there is no clear directive on where committees are supposed to request out.
Follow up. Just referring to the previous request where they weren't funded $1,000 for their catering costs. I think I just would like to see that they're notified that STIP is available also because STIP is a fairly healthy account. And just because the reasoning behind the special allocation request not being funded in full for that previous request was because there wanted to be some reservation for funds for another group. Because special allocation is smaller, I think it would just be reasonable to inform them also of STIP requests in the future. If that's possible.
So I would say, I mean, it requires discretion and interpretation. I would not advise a student group for an event to go through STIP, but because committees are more from the vein of like an ASUM agency, that's why I've been directing them through STIP. And just because I didn't want our committees or our agencies to tap into funds that are reserved for student groups.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have Senator Johnson.
I was going to comment about STIP. I am comfortable funding the whole thing. $201,000, so I think that this is a pretty easy thing to move forward.
All right, I have Anderson.
I'm not gonna talk a lot about this because I'm co-chair and I'm a student. But I will say that the reason that they're splitting it out is because they go through like super busy time in the morning, they're receiving their request for their breakfast and coffee, and then lunch is provided by the graduate school, and then they go to reception. And so the event overall costs $10,000, and then through the committee. Also, the committee is co-sponsoring GradCon with the graduate school. So I just wanted to let you guys know, but if you do have questions, please ask them.
Senator Nelson.
Yeah, obviously, I was comfortable funding people. My vote is funded in full, and you want to budget and finance. I guess if there's anything you don't want to put it in full, I would just ask that there's more concrete reasoning as to why we don't fund it in full. Because right now it just seems like it was nebulous as to why not.
Hannigan.
Yeah, and I wanted to provide a bit more background on why the Board on Budget and Finance decided to fund it in full. We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen anything come through GPSC or BNF, and with the sort of partnership for GPSA, we figured this would be a good opportunity to show some good faith for GPSA, considering some relations that we've had in the past with them. Not to mention,
value student group just because of the relation valuation.
Okay, thank you. Not to mention this group, this event is one that's, I believe, open to all students, but I can be corrected on that if I'm wrong. I believe it's open to all students, which is a good reason to fund an event on campus through our committee. But I look forward to more discussion on this.
Senator Hahn?
Thank you. Senator Anderson answered. Thank you.
All right. Is there any more discussion? All right, last call for discussion. All right, seeing none, if we don't have a motion, I'll now entertain one to fund this in the amount of $1,200. So moved by Tarallo, seconded by Hurley. Unanimous consent has been called. Objection has been called by Senator Anderson. Is there any discussion or other objections? All right, seeing none, unanimously passes with an objection. Next, we'll move on to the special allocation request from NALSA. And I'll now turn it over to a member on the board on Budget and Finance if they would like to give an authorship. Senator Nelson.
This is an event that's open to all students, that's educational and informative about things that are going on within Native American law and issues that pertain to Native Americans and the law. We funded every single line item except for the guest speakers, which I think is consistent with how we funded other special allocation requests. It's a pretty healthy amount that we funded them. It was the general consensus on the board on Budget and Finance that it wasn't an appropriate use of special allocation dollars to spend on speakers. And it was also noted to us that the speakers were a lower priority compared to the other line items. So we tried to operate in accordance to how the student group asked as well.
All right, I have Senator Anderson.
There you go, I'm back. So I helped Emily prepare this. I'm in the NALSA, so one, I'll do things both, but two, again, if you have any questions, please direct them towards me because I have been working with the board for NALSA for about 2 weeks now to try and get this allocation request in. So I'm just asking you to ask questions if you're not comfortable with something on the plan.
All right. My speakers list is currently empty. Would anyone like to get on? Last call for discussion. All right. Well, I will now entertain a motion to fund the special allocation request, an amount of $1,850 for the respective line items. It's moved by Senator Fulton, seconded by Tarallo.
Yes.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Objection noted by Anderson. Is there any other discussion or objections? All right. Next up, we'll see an emergency travel request. The first one from Montana Wildlife Society. This is for their trip to Butte, Montana. This travel request is already heard. If you'll remember, this a representative from this group came and spoke at this during formal lobbying. But if anyone has any questions, I would direct those to the Board of Budget and Finance if they would like to speak on this request individually. I have Senator Hurley.
Yeah, so the reason we didn't fund, should we talk about this request?
I'll allow discussion on both.
Okay, so the reason we didn't fund them both in full isn't because it was an unfair ask. It was just sort of because the account is running relatively low and we wanted to give other students a chance to ask funds out of this account. So we decided to fund them both in the amount of $500. First one is half, the second one is quite half. We figured 500 for each fair number for those.
All right. Is there any questions from the body at this time? Last call. All right, so for this first travel request, I'll now entertain a motion to approve lodging amount of $500. So moved by Tarallo, seconded by Glukert. Unanimous consent has been called. Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, that passes. So on to the second request. Senator Hurley gave an authorship to this one as well, but if there's any discussion, Senator Flanagan.
Kind of to expand on the second request, the committee played around with the idea of also funding this one in half of the amount like we did with the last request, but I believe the vote ultimately ended with the majority saying no. So it brought it up to about 1,000 for the group, which we considered to be a good amount for the emergency travel, considering the amount that emergency travel is at. Leaving it open for more requests
Parliamentary inquiry?
We have quorum to vote. If people vote.
I'm missing a few. Go ahead.
Senators Wilmus and Kalanda resigned, so that kind of changed our numbers for quorum. If no one leaves the room, we have 17 senators plus 3 executives out of a total of 22, so we easily meet quorum tonight.
Good question. Thank you for asking. All right. Is there any discussion on the second travel request from Wildlife Society? Last call for discussion. All right. Seeing none, I'll now entertain a motion to. All right. Approve lodging on $500. It was so moved by Senator Corallo.
Second.
Seconded by Sladich.
Yes.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? All right. Seeing none, it is approved. So that exhausts all of our financial requests for this evening, which moves me to my next line item, or next subject. So final budgeting, formal lobbying absences. I know some of you noted that you may be missing final budgeting. I'll let you know what the absence will look like for that. As for formal lobbying, I'll be issuing out emails later this week letting you know what excused and unexcused absences you received for having missing formal lobbying. If you would like to dispute that anytime, you can please just come to my office hours or shoot me back an email. If I have made a grave error or miscalculation, I'd be happy to change that. But please just come talk to me. So is there any particular questions about absences for formal lobbying or final budgeting? All right, and those emails should be out by Friday morning. Next, I do have some things for final budgeting expectations. So final budgeting is kind of cool. There is no dress code, so please show up in your pajamas, footsies, anything that's comfy, slippers. It's kind of fun when we do that. So when I'll be sharing the majority of the portion of that. Hopefully all of it, we'll see. But I would like to keep discussion pertinent to the student group's budget and request asks and not to the mission of the group. But within that, I will be exercising some discretion and allowing discussion on other things, such as the inclusivity of student groups, because part of that can tie maybe into academics or subsidized academics if it's an opportunity or an exercise in which students can't reasonably be a part of because of an academic barrier. This will be a discretionary process. I will be fairly liberal in allowing discussion about those two things, especially about group inclusivity, just because if we allow discussion on that, it allows us to fund student groups in a more equitable manner because you can know where the access is and what student groups can reasonably join. That said, also funding for academics, that is a very broad scope. That's within our fiscal policy scope. There's not really a good set of guidelines in there, so I'll be allowing a lot of discussion. If people think that something smells of academics, I'll probably allow it to happen. But that's just because I think it's good to have nuanced conversation about the types of things we should be funding for student groups. That's kind of just the framework I'm going to be operating off of. I'll be a hardliner on mission. Please don't talk about the group activities or how cool it is that they do something. But just know that I will be allowing questions about inclusivity and possible academic funding. Is there any questions? Senator Hahn.
Do we have a timeline on how much time allocated for each group?
Nope. It just goes and goes and goes. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Just to give you all a bit of perspective, last year in the first round was 12 hours. So just be prepared for that.
And I can talk, Senator Johnson. I can talk a little bit about the format of final budgeting too. So we're required to do 3 rounds, start with agencies, go into the unions, and then the student groups were required to open up budgets for both the first 2 rounds, and then the 3rd round, then we can decide whether or not we want to open up discussion on the budget. Usually by the end of the 2nd round, most student groups we want to have funded in full will be, but then we can have broader discussions about how we like to fund at that as end of that. That said, usually the best way to open up final budgeting is to have kind of a broad general discussion about what our priorities are for student group funding and for our agencies and all things of that sort. So I'll be entertaining lots of motions about what priorities would look like. I know some of you have been working on frameworks about how you want student groups funded. That's usually how it's been done in the past. Executive recommendations have been not good in the past. Usually senators have done a much better job of equitably funding student groups. But you'll know how much money that you can play into that, factoring into those metrics. And we'll just have a big discussion about what our priorities are for the year so we can have more of an objective standard in allowing more equitable funding for student groups. Yes.
When we did spring travel, we sort of had an amount
that we were adding extra and deducting from that. Do we follow a similar format for final budgeting?
I don't follow, sorry.
So when we did spring travel,
Yeah.
we had a certain amount of extra money that we
Yes.
were able to appropriate to groups as we were going through each one.
Mhm.
When we do final budgeting,
Yes.
do we have, okay.
So that'll be, Sam, would you like to answer?
Yeah, so that will be projected on the TV screens and the projector. Our accountant Marlene will be present during the final budgeting session, and she'll keep the minimum amount that we have to give to student groups, as well as the amount that the Senate has left in the discretionary.
And that amount's about 60,000.
It could be changing. President Belcher.
So when we see the resolution for the zero-based transfer today, I'm going to be making an amendment that says up to 60,000. The reason for this is because I was informed by our accountant today that we had a pocket of money worth about 40K available to us. This is because last year we budgeted to pay rent for ASUM childcare, but this year we did not actually pay rent for ASUM childcare. So there is a surplus of money that we found out about today.
So that'll be nice because that means there will be additional funding for folks. So it'll probably be a little bit easier. We might not be as conservative with our budgets as we initially planned. So I'll add you to my, would you like to respond to that? That's a question, go ahead.
Just a question, how does that play out if we say up to 60,000? Does that mean we determine it during the final budget? How much we want to transfer?
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, so basically what that would do is give us the authority to transfer up to $60,000. What will probably happen is we'll meet with Marlene tomorrow and confirm the exact amount in that rent account and just transfer the
And to speak to that a little bit, that is direct support from the university administration. In the past, that had been just going to childcare's rent and wasn't factored anywhere on the budget. That had been the precedent that had been set probably for the last decade at the very least. So now that we're not paying that rent, we just became aware that that was a shore up of money that we could use for alternative methods. But yeah. With that, so I have Senator Fulton,
Yeah.
Senator Johnston,
Please, 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 review the budget and figure out what you want to do. Guess and check. I would really love to not spend 23 hours over 2 days with you guys. And the fastest way to speed up the process is to figure out exactly how much money you want to give to a certain student group, or figure out how much money you want to take away from a certain student group, or figure out if you don't want to fund a student group at all. Because figuring it out on the fly and trying to read over your notes and trying to put it all together while things are going quickly, you're going to fall behind pretty quick. So please, please, please figure out what you're going to do.
and that said, I do have all the files on my computer, so I can share those with you electronically. But if you want to take your physical budgeting workbooks, I just coordinate with your partner. But I will make all those budgets also shareable to you with the recommended amounts. Senator Gluckert? I haven't planned on it now. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't think so. So it'll probably be bound to your binder buddy, but you'll be able to sit wherever you'd like. Yes. Okay, yeah, you will. I'll receive that one. So Vice President Haney.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, the reason why you're staying with binder buddies is just because we didn't want to have to go through the fiasco of you transferring those to a different binder at the last second. Plus, it's also nice to have a partner during final budgeting. You can kind of, if you're a little bit lost, you can kind of look to your partner and see where you need to be for budgeting. So hopefully that should work out a little bit better. The second thing is, if you are pissed off at the exec rep, or if you're mad at the exec reps, feel free to go ahead and do whatever you want with the budget. Last year, a few people on this body, including myself, were very unhappy with the exec reps. So we spent a total of 6 hours over 2 days completely rewriting the budget. And that's basically what we did during final budgeting. So if that's the same way that you feel, do it. But most importantly, do it with other people so that other people are on the same page as you. And that way you're not like going rogue during final budgeting and we have to take time to see these random motions that people really weren't coordinated on. It really, really helps when you sit down with a group of 3 or 4 people. 5 is better. The more, the better. and really plan out what your vision is for final budgeting, so that we can get through this process in hopefully 18 hours.
Senator Hahn.
Is there an agglomeration of senators planning to do that? No, I'm asking the body, really. Is there?
Raise your hand if you're planning on doing something like this.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, we need like 2 more. Okay. All right. So yeah, it is always better. Final budget seems to go smoother when you have a game plan going into it. So please talk with your peers, find out what your priorities look like. Because everyone comes in with different priorities, that will make final budgeting a lot longer. But it's nice to be on similar pages. Vice President Hanley.
If you have an office hour the next 2 days, you can use it to look over the budgets and plan for the final budget.
Anderson.
We send out the electronic budgets like tomorrow.
Yes. I probably could tonight, honestly. You'll have it for tomorrow at 9 a.m. All right. That exhausts my speakers list, but is there any other just kind of overarching questions about final budgeting? Any other expectations? Colton?
Will we have food provided for us the first year, or will we figure out stuff?
Go ahead. So we'll get lunch catered. It'll be like a sandwich bar. And then I'm going to go out on Friday and buy snacks for you all for the weekend. You won't get a meal on Sunday and you won't get dinner on Saturday. So plan ahead and plan your own meals, but you will get lunch on Saturday for sure. We'll start at 8 a.m. on Saturday and then 9 a.m. on Sunday.
Will we get time allocated for dinner on Saturday?
Yeah, we can take a break whenever.
Yeah.
So, we don't have a set timeline yet, but
yeah, we will for sure be taking the lunch break from 12 to 1 on Saturday. If we want to take a dinner break, we can as well, but we'll be going until 8 p.m. on Saturday night. 9 p.m. on Saturday night, sorry about that. So it might be worthwhile to do something similar, but I'm going to leave it up to the body at that point, because if you decide you need to get out of the room, you need to go eat, I'll allow that. All right. Is there any more questions about final budgeting, expectations, anything else? All right, and feel free to shoot me an email. I know that there's a lot to it, so if there's anything that comes up, I'll make myself available. All right, birthdays. This seems to be becoming a recurring theme. I have no idea whose birthday it is, but I was gonna go get like 3 pizzas again and just call it good. That seems to work, most of y'all. So that said, we can just take about a 5-minute break.
well, that means it'll be good.
I'm not celebrating.
Oh, come on. I would
Yeah, if anyone is giving power, I'll write it down.
She next door.
No.
At the end of it, we'll be okay. So just so I can get
Yeah, and then if there's other options presented too. Yeah. I mean, if it's like a plurality, I can do another straw poll. But I don't know. The other thing too is that this is just an initial discussion, so straw poll might be good.
Are you going to this subcommittee tomorrow?
Or like come up with a solution.
Yeah. I was on the chair.
I didn't. I'm not.
I'll do
Yes.
straw poll.
Oh, yeah.
Is it in the conference room? Yes.
No, I would write offices reading with the sense of all of you.
I know, it's probably like 9:30 at night. He's like, have it done by tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah, it's.
that's another month. Another.
Yeah, I totally. I'll go tomorrow.
Okay, education. Okay, yeah, shut up, education. I get emails at 9 o'clock. Do you have a forensic case? Can you come in at 8 a.m.? Sure. Or I get an email. You want to do an autopsy tomorrow?
So I mean, like, it'd be fine to do Friday night. It's like, he actually waits, even Sunday morning.
Yeah, he sent out over 100 pages.
Yeah, and then didn't tell us like which reasons to do until like emailed him. That's why.
I also want to know what our midterm is because March 15th, whatever it is like a Saturday.
Also, I love how the syllabus is just topics. And
Same
there's
here.
no dates on the syllabus.
I know. Well, he also took the syllabus off.
No.
Little.
Also, I believe it's the one from summer 2018. The syllabus is summer 2018.
Because I know about it. Keep going back and I'm like, hey, the syllabus is right now. There's just no existing syllabus.
I emailed please tell him to upload the reading. Because I'm suffering here.
That's a couple. I feel really bad. I feel bad. I saw Lala. I'm really sorry. I need to call you. I got more stuff this week.
Mom gets mad if I don't go.
Kind of like,
Yeah, that would be good.
okay. I'm literally fucking all in. I don't know what's going on. So I have Ebola.
Does anyone have hand sanitizer?
My mom did.
He has like he's like
Prepared for everything?
Yeah, he has like a travel bag. Sometimes he also has the eye drops because he's like, your eyes are bloodshot. I'm like, thanks, it's the sleep exhaustion.
Sure, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
How are we doing?
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So moving into my other, I did have one. I meant to put committee reports on here, but I didn't have any committees meet last week, but I did get all of the applications for the KBGA general manager. It's looking like we're going to have a competitive class. We have 7 applicants so far, and we'll be reviewing those next week to determine a hire. So I should have more on a committee report later. And I do have, so I mean, after final budgeting, I'm going to start working on some more projects, but I'm looking to update the inventory section of fiscal policy to finally put pen to paper and actually what we expect of student groups, because I know we've been applying a standard that necessarily hasn't been there. So it'd be good for them to have some foresight before they make decisions and STIP purchases. And I'm also looking to do something a little more abstract in creating a fundraising account in which student groups would come there to fundraise for events. So that would look like something like getting $500 to put on an event. And then if they're charging, they make proceeds from it, make $1,000. That means they would have to pay back into the account, and it would be a rolling account. So that student fee dollars wouldn't go to buy something, and then the student group gets pure profit because then the student dollars would essentially leave the body at that point in time. So it's a little more abstract, but I was thinking it would be a more appropriate use of making sure that student fee dollars stay here and that's not just being translated to something else at a later point in time. But if anyone's interested in working on either inventory section or wants to know more about the fundraising request, just let me know. We can meet and talk about it. But with that, I don't have anything else in my other, so I'll go ahead and end the business manager's report.
So begins committee reports. I'll take down speakers. Anderson, Kiefer, Bolton, Gregory, and Ricky. And then one thing that I will say in the board on members committee report, there is an ask of a discussion on the Senate. If you've got on the speakers list expecting to discuss it, please wait until the end. Senator Flanagan will give an authorship, and then discussion can happen after that, just so that we're moving through committee reports in a reasonable manner. But first, I have Senator Flanagan.
Move to provisionally recognize UM Sailing Club.
Who's that one more time?
Yep, move to provisionally recognize UM Sailing Club.
So there's been a motion by Senator Flanagan to provisionally recognize the UM Sailing Club. Moved by Flanagan, seconded by Glucker. And unanimous consent has been called. Discussion has been called by Senator Johnston. Senator Flanagan, your authorship.
Yeah, they applied for recognition, I believe before formal lobbying. If that's the concern, we can definitely talk more about why they were seen during formal lobbying. I look forward to see why discussion is called.
Johnson.
I just want to know why we saw them. So that's all. Thank you.
Any more discussion? This is Major Parsons.
Yeah, so they were looking to put forward a budget this year. They kind of realized they want to be a club during the process. As it currently states, they just have to become recognized before final budgeting starts. So I thought to include them in the process just to make it easier so they get funding for next year.
Any more discussion? Last call. All right, we'll now take a placard vote on whether to provisionally recognize the Sailing Club. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. All those opposed, decorum. Abstentions. Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Next on my speakers list.
This is for
Oh yeah, Senator Flanagan.
the search for director of prestigious scholarships and fellowships has made a decision, given their rationale to Dean Nichols, and Dean Nichols has taken that decision into consideration and made his decision. We have offered the applicant. We are in the process of offering the applicant the job, and by next week I should have an answer on whether the applicant accepted or denied. And I hope I can give a firm yes to you guys next week.
Anderson.
Okay, so I have you, tell you what the last meeting we talked about some of the areas on campus that are lacking, and then we need to expand on, especially with graduate students and professional students. We kind of talked about some of the issues specific to those guys. And then students with background summit today, we discussed microcredentials, and we discussed the RA and TA pay situation on campus. And we were presented with some data. So we're celebrating with three students, so myself, Billy Hasman, and Grace O'Reilly are going to be required writing a letter supporting the increase in PA or tuition fees. So I look forward to that. And then the last thing we talked about was just the program reviews. So that, but we approved some new courses and we approved some changes for the physical therapy and the public health departments. So.
Senator Fulton.
Did you have a chance to also talk about VAs as well? For their pay?
What is that? So we're only focusing on TAs and teacher assistantship professions and research assistants. So because they only affect the graduate students. So they were looking at how if you look at across the Northwest and regionally, we're not competitive because our graduate fees can be significantly less than everyone else. So we have our health insurance covered. And it varies drastically. And then we were also concerned about the allotment of TAs that each like department gets. Some departments were worried that the number of spots they were allowed to get was not enough to recruit like the top 10 relevant students. So.
Could you expand on the micro-credential conversation that sounds really interesting?
So basically, it's just something that they want to do to help students graduate faster. It was just an information like communication item, so we didn't really go into detail. They just gave us a quick brief overview and then told us to use the answer to chat about it. So.
Thank you.
That conversation's also been had in Gen Ed and ASRC. If you go on the Faculty Senate website, you can check the meeting minutes there. And I can try to upload the meeting minutes to ASRC. If
anyone has any more questions or suggestions about micro-credentialing, please email me or link my office hours. That's something that I've seen discussed a lot in a lot of the meetings that I've been in both committees.
Okay, hi, I'm a little bit sick, so bear with me. Obviously, Sustainability Board reports up there. I'm not going to discuss that here unless someone wants to discuss it. If you want to discuss it with me personally, you're welcome to email me or talk to me. So sustainable, I have two committee reports. Sustainable Campus Committee met like 2 weeks ago. It's kind of just boring right now. They're just talking about the combined heat power plant. They're just doing the energy conservation audit around campus right now, and then getting back to reports on that. International Council also met on the 10th, I think. So they have canceled all student trips to China, obviously. And the previous partnership that they had with Northwestern Polytechnical University that they approved last time, they discovered that it was a fraudulent college, so they have not gone forward with that partnership. Yeah, so that's it.
Bolton.
So I have two. The first one is the College of Arts and Media Research. So we reopened the application process back at the start of the semester due to the fact that our pool of 9 that we selected, only journalism and media arts were not in that pool. So we reopened it, and that ends, I believe, on Friday, and then we should be convening and then be going over the new applicants to see if they actually make it into our Tier 1 pool, and based off of that, we could do it if we want to change our Tier 1 pool, or we can keep it the same. The second one is for Gen Ed. So Gen Ed, we met on Wednesday. Vice President Hanley and I were really only able to be there for our little things that we were charged with. I'm currently meeting with one of the instructors from anthropology with 122 to do the fact that they do want a Y designation. Based off the syllabus and based off the reading materials, I believe it fits the Y designation, but based off the questions that they put on their review form, there are some that fit the Y designations and others that did not fit the Y designation. And with Vice President Hanley, with the document he was charged to fix, towards the end of it, there was a lot of discussions. I was like,
could you clarify why the dean pool wasn't, the original dean pool wasn't sufficient enough?
So the reason why they believe that the dean pool wasn't sufficient was 2 of the schools, College of Arts and Media, were not being represented, and that was journalism and media arts. Yeah, that was the only reason why they reopened.
Nelson.
Pertaining to the anthropology 122 course, was there any further discussion about changing the designation and possibly an X, I believe, and communicating that with the professor at all?
There was not, but I can bring that to the mention.
And then, can you discuss a little bit about faculty infections and some of your suggestions?
Yeah, so the timeline for curriculum review right now, each group is expected to be conducted in a rolling review every 7 years, with 2 years being offset to do general education program review. So what I was trying to do is make the time frame a little bit more flexible of when they could do rolling review. So instead of doing it every 7 years, I started doing it every 6 to 7 years. That one was received somewhat receptively. I don't know. I was kind of in between 6 to 7 years or 6 to 8 years. I don't really think anyone on the committee really cared about the difference. I think just adding a little bit more of the flexibility was fine. The biggest objections were to when we were giving notice to faculty about when Gen Ed groups were being reviewed. I didn't know the policy. The policy was written where faculty were given notice in May and September when their groups were being reviewed. However, I thought that the way that the committees, or at least the way that this committee was kind of carried out, that notice wasn't given in May because it was with the expectation that there would have general education program review. I was informed otherwise by the committee, so I think it's adequate to have notice in May and September so faculty can have time to prepare their rolling reviews of their courses during the summer, and then hopefully that process can be eased a little bit smooth. There are 2 changes that I think are important that concern the whole Senate body. The first was faculty were really receptive having students in general sit on subcommittees instead of students just on general education sit on subcommittees. So in the future, if you're a senator next year or you're a student here, you can consider sitting on a subcommittee. And also it helps the vice president out a lot in case there's not like 3 senators on the general education committee and they're rolling review 2, or they're reviewing 3. The other one is that the maximum amount of groups that they can review in a year is 3, which was consistent before actually a former business manager, Chase Greenfield, rewrote the policy back in 2017. So allows the community to review 3 groups at a time, and then it can allow them to get a lot more time in the future to do entire review of the general education program instead of just a mandatory 2 every year and then 2 years of review. So, yeah. Sorry, that was very Senator Hahn.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Senator Fulton, or any questions for myself? Cool, Gregory.
Yes, so mine's a little bit long. I apologize. Mine's kind of an accumulation of a couple of meetings that I've had with my mentor. So my mentor is Donna Anderson, and she's the Senior International Officer and Director of Global Engagement. So I'm really excited to tell you all about the projects that we're looking at. So the first one is that we're kind of looking at website upkeep to make it more accessible and easier to navigate for students who are going through that process. And interestingly enough, not all the programs that students can choose to go abroad on are actually listed on the university's website on the policy study abroad. Oftentimes they get rerouted to an external study abroad site called ISEP, which is the International Student Exchange Program, to kind of look for all the available programs that they can study on. So we're really looking on a way to streamline all of the resources that students have to go abroad into kind of one platform that's kind of easier to navigate. So I met with Wanda Land, who's the Global Engagement Program Assistant once, and we'll probably meet a couple more times to go through this. And we kind of took notes on various critiques that I had on the website as a student, and especially as a recent study abroad returnee, on changes that I would make to the website to make it more user-friendly. That's the first project that we're working on. And the second one is we're looking at ways to better kind of distinguish and delineate and communicate the difference between each type of an education abroad program that we can go on. We're not looking at international internship at this point. Have that conversation eventually. But the first one is we're looking at partner. So partner program is where you pay tuition directly to the University of Montana, regardless of where you're going. So like Ireland, Australia, it doesn't really matter. And you enroll in dummy credits at the University of Montana, and those become real credits once your transfer is transferred back from your host institution. This is the most common option that students go on with their study abroad, but there are far less options than these other two. So these other two are through ISEP, which is the other network that students can go on, and the first one is what's called ISEP Exchange. So this gives you a lot more options as a student who is considering studying abroad, where you basically swap places with someone. So say you're going to Columbia, someone from Columbia will come to the University of Montana. You pay UM tuition to do this one, so it's the second most common route that students take. But it is a lot more competitive to do these ones because it requires a level of reciprocity between the two institutions on how many spots they're going to allocate for students. So they have to oftentimes rank which ones they prefer, and they may not even get ones that are in their like, top 4. These are really, really competitive to do. And then finally, the last one is called ISEP Direct, and that's where you pay tuition directly to that host institution that you're going to go. And this one's advantageous because you're guaranteed a placement. You don't have to go to and rank all of these host institutions, and there's actually a really wide range of options that you can choose from where to go on these programs. But there is a significant drawback to this one. It's a lot more complex in how you apply for it. It's less thoroughly defined. And if you're an in-state student, it's about 5 times more expensive. I'm talking $15,000 to do one of these programs. That's the program that I did. It messed up my federal financial aid. It required payment multiple months in advance before loans could be dispersed. I wasn't technically a UM student, so I lost all of my UM tuition scholarships. I applied because it stated. So that one's just, it's really complicated, and not a lot of students do it because of all of these reasons. But people try, get halfway through, they get frustrated, and then they drop out of study abroad, which is really unfortunate because there's a lot of great options that students can use with ISEP Direct, and they just get halfway through. No one tells them how difficult it is, and then they drop out of it, which is really unfortunate. So Donna Walker and I are working on better ways to kind of communicate those to students and all 3 of those options. Each one has their drawback, but each one has their benefits. So that's really the second project that we're working on. And then the third one is I'm working really closely with Donna on trying to create some visa resources for students who are studying abroad who are already in that process. The visa visa is a very complex, frustrating, and bureaucratic process to do, and it varies per country, varies in what they ask of you, the time constraint. It's a very complex process. So, for example, if you're going to Spain, you have to go to San Francisco just to file it, and then you have to go back 6 to 8 weeks later just to pick it up. They refuse to mail it to you. And then you have to use all that transportation costs and everything. And this can get really expensive really fast. And no one really tells you about that when you go through the process. I spent over $1,000 just in visa fees before I even left Nigeria. Like, it is really, really expensive, and no one really tells you about this, which is really sad. And what's also sad is that it's also getting a lot more difficult to get through the visa process because other countries are starting to do what's called reciprocity, where the U.S. requires all of these things. You have to go to Washington, D.C. to do this. You have to go somewhere else to do this. So they're starting to require and match what the United States is doing, which is making it a lot more difficult to get these visas. For example, myself, Belgium was changing it as I was applying. They were literally updating it, and I didn't know what was going on, and no one was really there to provide resources for me. So I'm talking a lot with the Global Engagement Office, and they said they can't provide extensive resources for each country, which makes sense. There are about 50 programs or 50 countries you can choose from. But I'm hoping you can just provide some general resources, tips and tricks, and just general advice. It's a really complex process to do. It's a very bureaucratic one, and not one that you don't have to talk about. So that's about the 3 projects that I have been working with the office on, and they're really projects I'm excited.
Sorry to go all the way back to the beginning of your committee report, but you mentioned accessibility for the website upkeep. Is that accessibility in terms of like just user friendliness, or accessibility in terms of ease to use for those with disabilities?
It's a little bit of both. We're going through it as of right now. Right now, we're just focusing on program access and major access, but we've only had 2 meetings, so I can certainly bring that to honor.
Any other questions for Senator Gregory? Reed.
As student computer fee committee, we discussed study allocations, how the model is changing.
And just as a reminder to senators, that committee is still has an open student slot. So Fridays at 9 every other week.
Yeah.
You only if you're interested. And then Senator Nelson.
I was just wondering if anyone from elections could give an update about pertinent information that might have come from the committee.
Anyone from elections will comment? Senator Reed.
We're just working on getting all our stuff finalized, getting dates, and we're getting organized. So we can see.
You can Senator Booker.
We also talked about how and I think at our next meeting, we're going to talk about what order we think we want.
Terrell.
Yeah, I just have a quick question on elections. Have you at all discussed what the actual voting will look like on the Capitol? Was it the same as last year?
Booker.
So, Shane, who is the chair, is working with the people who control the program with people who lab right now. Soon the Senate should do, we'll have a mock election where we'll all, if you want to be an election, we'll have state senators on there and state things to vote on, and we'll test it out. So that should be
Question for just like putting information in on the website. Has the elections committee, do you guys have a stable place or a stable schedule for where you meet every week, or?
So every other Tuesday, we've been meeting, well, now I think we're going to be and if you're Shane or Norman or about
We're also working with the Common to get that process going, so I'm not sure to leave you in. And also, just as a quick FYI, you can find all the elections committee stuff information in the ASUM Senate folder with the minutes and stuff. The minutes are also posted to the website. Nelson?
Pertaining to the referendum, does that include the fee referendum?
We're not meeting next week, the week after. We're not, I don't know if we're gonna decide necessarily, but we're talking about it. About all of them, yeah.
Bolton?
Do you know what day the debate will be on?
I don't have it with me.
And you can find that information in the Senate box folder as well as the minutes. And we'll try to get Shane to come to the meeting in the next couple of weeks. And he can introduce himself, you can all meet him, and then he can give you a brief update. It'll probably coincide with the mock election. And then he'll explain a little bit more on the ballot, because the ballot's going to be a little bit different this year and how it functions. Just because we have like 20 items that we're voting on. So, and then does anyone else want to give any more committee reports before we get into board members? Okay. Flanagan.
So, as I said in my committee report, Formal Lowry brought up some concerns on how inclusive student groups are, but this is not the first time that we've had this conversation. Frankly, this is a conversation that Senate has needed to have for a while now. So board members met last night to talk about how to really look at recognition inclusivity, and we brought together some good information to bring to the Senate that we can discuss and see how Senate altogether feels. The reason I want to bring it to the greater Senate is because recognition is a two-step process. It starts in BOMO, then it comes to the Senate floor like we did with the student group just recently. So that's where we sort of see, that's where I want to see more involvement from Senate. This is sort of the information that we got together last night in the committee, and I just want to bounce it off the Senate and see how they feel about the information, see what process they think we should take. If we have a sort of strong direction that we're feeling, I'd like to do a straw poll at the end to see where the Senate is feeling BOMO should go, and just the Senate altogether should go with recognition in a direction. So to start off, we decided that first and foremost, we don't want to do just blanket de-recognition of student groups. We felt that was very inappropriate and very unnecessary, especially if it was a student group that was tied to academics. We thought that that was especially inappropriate to de-recognize a student group just because they have a tie to academics, mainly because we are on the college campus, so it made sense that we would see some academics here on the college campus. There's things that we're passionate about. It is a student group after all. Moving on, we decided the main course of one of the main things that BOMO needs to address is defining inclusive. In our bylaws, there's currently no definition for what inclusive really is. It's just sort of something we've been trying to discern through our definition over the past few years, really. So that is something we need to define. If inclusive means open to everyone, period, no matter what the instance is, it is open to the complete student campus, or if inclusive means that it's possible for anybody to get in. So for example, if a student group is based on, their membership is based on a major, it would be plausible for anyone technically to be for example, in my case, a comm studies major or otherwise. That's sort of the conversation I'm hoping to have tonight on what people think inclusive means and what they think it looks like. And then we sort of broke off into 3 plans of action that I think that the board felt we could use to address recognition issues for inclusivity. The first being to tier off recognition into 2 groups. The first group being inclusive student groups, and the second group being exclusive student groups. And this is kind of with the idea that groups that are recognized in the exclusive student groups category would potentially receive less funding than the inclusive student groups. And that would probably require some fiscal policy changes as well. More on that later. The second option was to require student groups to have completely open membership through tiered membership. So currently we have some student groups that have a full membership position where you meet all the requirements for membership, so you're a full member. And then if you don't meet those requirements, you're technically an associate member with through this sort of half recognition process. we have student groups that do that already, and it seems to work pretty well. But again, that's just something to have discussion on, see if that we consider that to be inclusive, and that sort of goes back to the definition of inclusive discussion we hope to have. And then lastly, the last option that was entertained was to have the change go through fiscal policy and to base funding priorities off of inclusivity of the event. Vice President Hanley came up with this option, so if he could elaborate on it more, that'd be very helpful. But basically, it was just stating that if an event was more inclusive, then I'm not too sure exactly. I would need some help clarifying that through Vice President Hanley. But that brings up the last discussion I'm hoping to have through this discussion, and that is what changes should be done on the BOMO side and what changes should be done on the fiscal policy side, and exactly how the changes on the BOMO side would work and what the Senate would like to see. And from this point on, I'd like to open it up to the Senate to start to hear how the Senate feels about everything that I just brought up. And if you have any new ideas or plans of action separate from the 3 that I suggested, I'd love to hear them.
So before I get my speakers list, I'll just elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't have a position right now, and this isn't really a final discussion, but I'll just let you all know the option that was thrown out there. This kind of works similar to how we did it in final budgeting, so I felt like it was appropriate for the board to discuss it at that time. Basically, the way that the funding priorities would work is if there is something in the budget or an event for a special allocation that was open to everyone, anyone can attend, that would be the first priority, the easiest to fund. The second would be if the student group is inclusive and falls under inclusive guidelines, but the event is only for a student group, it would fall in that second priority. And then if the third student group met like certain exclusive student group requirements and they had an only student group event, then that would be given the least priority. Again, it's kind of a little nebulous and not hashed out as much, but it was just a very big option that I threw out there. It's the similar process to those of you that did final budgeting last year, what we did with some student groups that held student group only events. But that one is purely discretionary and there isn't really much policy right there. Take it however you want. I don't really care. This is your discussion for now.
Senator Flanagan, can you specify exactly what is established criteria for recognizing student groups, and also clarify what is informal precedence that has been addressed or a concern of senators as of recently in formal law?
Yeah, I don't have the exact bylaws off the top of my head, but we did establish recognition criteria with a Senate bill last semester, and basically what that criteria stated was that recognized student groups had to follow sort of Title IX procedures with protected classes, as well as the discrimination policy. And then on top of that, it required group inclusivity in all of the group's membership, leadership, and activities. So that's again where we get back into that definition discussion of what does inclusivity mean. And then the other sort of criteria that we established later that semester was the classroom. Class requirement Senate bill, basically saying if a student group is tied to enrollment into a class, they are not eligible for recognition. And as far as informal recognition, like unspoken rules that we have, we don't really have any. We're kind of just going off of the student group constitutions that we were given, going off of that to see what student groups were following the criteria that we set out both in the inclusivity in all membership, leadership, and activities, as well as the class requirement.
Senator Null, follow.
Can you also clarify the resolution you mentioned discussing co-curricular requirements and class requirements? That was passed only after an amendment was made to change the statement of that policy to begin in the fall.
Yes, so currently we do not have, currently the class requirement policy is going into effect in the fall. However, following section 2.0 statement of scope of fiscal policy, we still have discretion to adjudicate groups based on class requirements, based on class requirements. We still have the adjudication to de-recognize student groups because that is a form of subsidizing academics, which is prohibited according to section 2.0 statement of scope of fiscal policy.
Bro.
Yeah, so this was topic that was very concerned about during formal lobbying. There are allowing student groups that we didn't realize, I guess, broke our policies. As it stands, I would be more in favor, as was kind of mentioned, in either restructuring our inclusivity rules or redefining the word inclusive, having a discussion about it. I understand that the possible ideas for addressing this are under the planning stages, but as of now, I'm not totally in favor as marking some groups as exclusive, because I feel like that could give them an unwarranted negative connotation. And I also don't think that budgeting for them based on how inclusive they are or are not is helpful. I think that's kind of subjective. And I think that would lead to student groups being budgeted for in a way that's not equal or fair. So I'd rather we just restructure the rules rather than, I feel like the way the discussion kind of going or what the plans are really functional on a student group, well, even if that's not the intention. And I think we do a lot more damage by just kind of forcing some student groups to be dropped or be marked as exclusive than we would be fixing any problems like these on it.
Johnson.
So I think that there could be a lot of things changed. I think we could spend hours upon hours changing what we do and how we look at groups. I would like to think that we could put groups into like exclusive and inclusive groups, and then just have exclusive groups still have the benefits of like being able to get meeting spaces in your seat for free, being able to have access to like ASUM resources without like receiving funding. I would like to think we do that and keep our current inclusivity, keep our current inclusivity in our bylaws. However, if we do decide to do that, I don't know if that is necessarily the right thing to do to have those two. I'm gonna call them parking lots, putting in two parking lots. I think it becomes very difficult because I'm saying groups are inclusive, but then some groups are not inclusive. So then you're saying that we're now changing our bylaws to match it. That even if you change the group's bylaws to make it inclusive, now we change our bylaws, they're not inclusive. So I think you create a lot of rabbit holes for these student groups, which I personally don't think is the best intention for us. And I think that we should either change our bylaws to match that, or make them two parking lots and keep our current.
Anderson.
Yeah, so I know that defining inclusivity in our bylaws is something that's one of the options, but I think regardless of what plan we have to do that, because you're talking about putting them into a tier system or tiering out what their priorities are with funding, and like, there's no way around that. But I would like to say, and I said this in forum members yesterday, that every student on this campus pays the activity fee, like the full-time students, and every student, like not every student can get into some of these groups. And so like just speaking from my own perspective, I'm uncomfortable funding super closed off activities that I can't participate in as either a graduate student or a law student or a woman. So I just want to keep that in mind. I definitely don't think that we should take away recognition from all these groups, but I definitely think we need a different structure in place. Because on some level, it's not fair for us in campus. We fund these groups that they can't be a part of. Like we can't participate in our activities, and they're not supposed to be open activities, and just as weight behind maybe reconsidering how we're funding groups and how we're doing things. There are a lot of student groups operating on this campus without
also visited Board of Members Organization yesterday, and I enjoyed the conversation that we had. The suggestion that I provided was kind of coming up with different types of recognition based on the group, but I think my idea might have been a little bit misperceived, and I didn't have the time to clarify it. I had an elections committee. I asked the committee or the board and the Senate at large to be a little bit more nuanced with how we address and look at student groups. And I didn't solely want us to look at student groups as either being inclusive or exclusive. I think it'll take a lot more time and effort to tease out the different types of groups that we currently recognize on campus and tease out the different types of benefits that they should be allotted access to based on inclusivity requirements that are currently or potentially amended. I don't really want to get into kind of how I envision this, but I personally thought that there would be at least 5 different types of student groups that warranted different types of benefits, either in terms of funding or some of the other incentives for being recognized as a student group. And I will still continue to push the Senate to be a little bit more nuanced with how we address student groups versus looking at them solely as being inclusive or exclusive. I also want to reiterate some of the points that Senator Flanagan talked about, and points that I'm firmly on board with. Especially in terms of some of the more academic groups, I agree with the idea that we are on a university campus. We are students, and many of us are passionate about the programs that we're in, or the majors that we're in, or some of the academic areas that we're associated with. And so I'm really uncomfortable with not recognizing or stripping away some potential benefits simply because we are tied to academics. I recognize that direct academic enrollment in a course and supplementing academics is not okay, and we shouldn't be funding that. That's the university's job. But for student groups that are loosely tied to academics or require a major, I am uncomfortable with stripping all recognition because fundamentally we are students, and to not support student groups, for me seems like a profound disservice to students. But
Darnell.
I also agree with a little more nuance on the student groups and final budgeting this weekend. One of the issues that I do see that maybe shouldn't be quite as nuanced is the Title IX discrimination policy. That one is really clear and just very strictly laid out in this policy. So I don't think we should have a loose interpretation of that or nuance at all. As far as inclusivity goes, I do appreciate the conversation about how it does lack some definition. Also, how it seems like the Senate has been trying to navigate some sort of precedents to go about it. But I think it's really important to create your own individual precedents. And again, I would encourage some more nuanced conversation about that. I do really appreciate the different suggestions that the board has brought and discussing this on the floor too. I feel the same about subsidizing academics. Also, Section 2.0 fiscal policy lays out pretty clearly. There's some discretion that we have. Yeah, like I guess addressing previous sentiments, I agree with more nuance there too, and I hate using that term. But yeah, in general, thank you to the board for bringing this up and talking about it to me last week, and also bringing it to the Senate floor. Even though I think that this deserves more critical thinking in the future, like after final budgeting, and then further communication with student groups, I think it's really important to get that conversation going now, especially establishing our own ideas and getting it out before final budgeting. It'll limit confusion.
Keeper.
Alright, so I just want to express quickly that I don't agree with funding student groups that have like a very rigorous selection process or require very high membership fees, of which there are a few. And I also agree with previous sentiments of like that doesn't mean we should be stripping away their recognition, because I find that pretty harsh and would get a lot of people mad at us. But yeah.
Throw.
You sort of touched on this during your speech, but I just wanted to ask you, to your knowledge, are there any student groups that exclude
Planning.
I really appreciate the discussion that we're having. I noticed that it's not necessarily leaning in a certain direction, which is fine. That's one thing I wanted to clarify is that this is not binding in any way. We can have this discussion again next week during committee reports, which will probably be what we have to do because I realize I'm kind of just dropping a bomb on Senate right now. So I understand that this is something that we need to think about, take a step back, and come to the Senate floor with more afterthought on it. But I would appreciate a bit more discussion talking about what we think inclusivity is and where we think the changes should be, whether it be on BOMA or fiscal policy, and maybe a bit less discussion critiquing the three options I brought up, and a bit more discussion thinking on what direction we do want to take, because that'd be really helpful for me. And the direction, whatever direction we do decide to take, will probably be carried out through a bylaw change or any other sort of change, resolution written by myself or other members of the board. Thank you.
Johnson.
I would rather see FOMO have changes on their side, not necessarily fiscal policy. I think that fiscal policy lays it out relatively well, while FOMO has some wiggle room on what can and can't be inclusivity. So I would like to see it on that side personally. To build up that, I would like to have a discussion, maybe have some more discussion about how this is going to work for final budgeting on Saturday and Sunday. I think that we're going to have an issue where people are going to either want to fund groups for next year and not consider inclusivity or changes, or we're going to have a strict not funding groups or funding groups at a lower rate as of inclusivity. So I would like to see that discussion, but maybe I'm the only center.
Actually, just kind of actually bounce off that, I'd also like to see that discussion. Personally, I was of the mind that we should not fund the co-curricular groups this time around because we just introduced a new rule. While I do not agree with the rule itself, I think we should budget with that in mind. So if that answers your question,
You're calling a point of order or point of information?
Point of information.
Yeah.
That new rule, if you're referencing the resolution that was passed last fall, that new rule isn't exactly enacted until the fall. So making a decision about that precedence is.
Point of clarification. Sorry, point.
When you say co-curricular, do you mean co-curricular or based off of class requirement? I'm confused on that.
I'm talking about the resolution that passed last semester regarding co-curricular groups.
That was changed to class requirement.
Sorry.
That was changed to just class requirement.
Yeah.
All right, would you like a follow-up, Senator Brown?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer. I understand it's not enacted yet, but to not budget for something that will then take effect next semester, I think it's kind of foolish. That's part, but that's just my opinion. Everybody else is welcome to their own.
Bolton.
Yeah, so being on the board and hearing the discussion from last night, bringing the few words I was able to put in, I am actually more in support of having this toward a tiered system, especially for our honor societies, the ones that require you to be a junior with a certain GPA and all that. And I say that due to the fact that being a transfer student and being a former member of Psi Theta Kappa, which is an honor study affiliated with all tier institutions in the nation, coming here and then having my 3.8 turn to 0 is very disheartening. And the fact that I wasn't able to join the student group that I was supposed to instantly be a part of, due to the fact that I was no longer Psi Theta Kappa, I'm no longer able to be a part of said student group until I reached my sixth semester here at UM until I'm considered a junior here. I would much rather see the tier system where I could have been a part of the group and then received actual status when I could have actually had it.
Nelson.
As much as I want to discuss what changes should be made and where they should be made, I am not comfortable doing so until we kind of tease out how we want to recognize groups. Because I think depending on which changes we want to make in terms of how we recognize could impact where we see the changes. How I envision it, there could be changes, and I think there should be changes made to both the bylaws and fiscal policy, depending on how we move forward. But I think that there has to be careful consideration about what exactly that looks like before we determine exactly where changes should be made.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify how this sort of works, how at least I envision this working with the final budgeting side. My hope for this was to establish this sort of stance on recognition soon, and then use that to help the student groups that would be technically in violation of that policy next year to be eligible for whatever sort of recognition process we define, so that way they are able to use any funds that they're allocated in this final budgeting session. If anybody has any questions on that, I'd be happy to clear that up.
Yeah, I think I looked out one of the more important points last time. If there are any, I feel like if there's any reasons that you're considering opening a student group, you can also remember that those policies to judge those groups based on that. And I think it'd be more effective to fund the groups without that consideration for this time around, so that next year that something more formally can be established, and then we have an actual formal precedence to base our decision on.
Johnson.
Oh, sorry. I'm in the mindset of funding student groups and then trying to have them get into compliance before next year or into next year. I think that's a much better route, as much as I would love to have more money to play with at final budgeting. I don't think that being away from student groups, because they fit this mold that we have imposed on the Wednesday before final budgeting, I think is pretty unfair. I would hope that there is more discussion on maybe what specific changes we could see on the Belmont side or fiscal policy side, because I think that we're talking still on the tiers of what can be done and what can happen. But I like Senator Nelson said, I think that there's a more robust conversation we had about what is considered a student group and how it.
Anderson. Bottom. Yeah. Slattage.
Yep.
Flanagan.
Yeah, so the execs were kind enough to pass me the two resolutions that we've been talking about, SB 14 and SB 32. So I just wanted to read off exactly what the bylaws say for the Senate, so that way they kind of can understand and get a better idea of the beast that we're dealing with. So SB 14, resolution establishing official board on member organizations recognition criteria, reads for Section 5, Article 5, Section 4 of the bylaws, subsection C. The Associated Students of the University of Montana Board on Member Organizations will recognize student groups based on the criteria of ASUM BOMO requirements, which is recognition forms, risk management forms, and governing documents, as well as student conduct code, with an emphasis on the discrimination, harassment, sexual misconduct, stalking, and retaliation policy in terms of membership, leadership, and group inclusivity to all activities. And then SB 32, resolution amending board and member organization bylaws to address co-curricular student groups. Article 5, Section 4, subsection D, a student group that requires enrollment within an academic course for membership and/or whose group purpose is heavily centered around fulfilling course objectives are ineligible for recognition by the board on member organizations. Thank you.
Bolton.
Yeah, and to bounce back to the previous statement, currently the board right now, after we receive all the governing documents, we actually are reaching out to groups who are in compliance, and we are reaching out to groups that then state things in their constitution and in their governing docs that have it fixed before the end of the year.
Anderson.
So I was talking about final budget. I thought that was a huge thing to happen last year. We had to set our own priorities. So I just want to touch base. The way that we have decided the group was similar to the proposal that we made by the community. That worked really well. And I know that there's a fancy there, but I think having events that are open to the public or in the UN is that priority. Is a really good way to spend ASUM dollars, and then having those wheelchair systems. I know it will adversely impact some that last year, about 5 or 6 months that did that. Yeah, and it worked really well, and it was pretty equitable in the long run.
The other two executives, or the other two people were the two people who are sitting right next. Sorry, Mel.
Just to speak a little bit to SB 32 and the into effect date. I was someone that fought actively to keep that into effect date on January 17th of 2020 in order to get student groups in compliance prior to final budgeting. It was a decision that was ultimately overturned in RNA and received again substantial discussion on the Senate floor. But the Senate at large decided to uphold that August date, and so to not fund student groups based on this decision that was made here would be really unfair, especially for our members and the business manager are reaching out to these student groups that might not be in compliance. And so in terms of how to fund their input and final budgeting for those that might not be in compliance based on SB 32, I would ask that we continue to fund them as though they are fully recognized as a student group, which they are, and fund them in an equitable manner to every other student group that is going to be in consideration.
Journal.
Also speaking on Senate Bill 32, I just want to make sure there's no confusion. The amendment was to add a student group that requires enrollment within an academic course for membership is ineligible for recognition by the Board of Members organizations. The part that says and or whose group purpose is heavily centered around fulfilling course objectives was removed in the meeting by me. So, I mean, there are student groups that are heavily centered around fulfilling course objectives that won't even be a precedent set in writing in the fall. It will only be if they require course for membership.
I really appreciate the discussion on how we're going to be funding informal lobbying. However, I believe that's also a discussion that we'll be having at the beginning of formal lobbying. So for the sake of the purpose of this discussion, I would appreciate it if you go back more into discussion of, again, how to define inclusivity. That hasn't been talked about tonight. Really hoping for some insight on that. And then also the different directions to go with. But I really do appreciate the final budgeting conversation. I just hope we can have that during the time that we're allotted to have that. Thank you.
Bolton.
Yeah, so going off of that, I really wanted to say this during our board meeting last night, too, but when it comes to my definition of inclusivity, I view it as a group that is someone, or a group that doesn't require you to be a part of any other organization, doesn't require you to do a third task just to even be eligible for it. What I find inclusivity as is something where you're able to be a part of anything that you want to be and not have to go through all these things just to be part of it.
Johnston. Senator Johnston.
Thank you. I find inclusivity, and maybe I'm wrong, usually I am, is being able to have a student join the group. I think that's just the inclusivity. That doesn't mean there's not a fee involved, that doesn't mean there's not a task involved. That just means allowing any student on campus who's paying the fee to be a part of it. I think that's pretty simple, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think that you really can't twist that. All students can either join that or all students can't. It doesn't mean there's no major requirements to that, there's no educational requirements to that. That is, students join the group or they can't.
Wayne.
Question for Bolton. Just to clarify, your definition of inclusivity is no requirements at all?
Yeah.
Okay. May I follow up?
Yeah.
Question for Johnston. Your definition of inclusivity, in that definition, could a group technically discriminate based on major?
I would say no. I would say it's just students cut and dry join your team. Like, if, for example, group X requires you to be a part of the major, I would say then no, that group probably isn't inclusive. However, if the group has an interest in a certain field of study and anybody has an interest in doing that, I think that that's pretty inclusive to anybody that would want to join.
Slash.
I yelled my answer. My question.
Anderson.
I have a question for board members. Is it not true that the groups are required to click a button that states you are open to all UM students when they're filling out their form online?
Disciplinary persons.
That is true, but that still carries with it a degree of discretion in determining what that means. Yes.
Is it communicated to student groups when they click that button, communications of clicking that button?
Yes.
Fulton.
Question for Johnson, with your definition of inclusivity, how does that work with an active financial burden?
It doesn't, it really doesn't. I think it doesn't work with financial burden, but at the same time, I think that you can look at financial burden as a lot of external issues, like socioeconomic, where if you look at a student not being able to include because of their socioeconomic status, I think that is a different situation than the student not being able to like take up a certain major, or they don't get a certain just don't get a certain major, they don't get a certain ranking as far as a student. I think it is completely different. I think the financial, the ability to afford going to school and the ability to afford college is just join a public school. So it doesn't really.
Terrell.
Speaking once again on SB 32, the argument that has been made is that it says they can't require enrollment in a course, and that doesn't extend to pushing forward those who are enrolled in the major. It's my interpretation that if you are enrolled in a major, that means you will have access to taking several particular courses. So I feel like that framework still falls under SB 32, even if it's not explicitly stated. If you're in the poli-sci major, you have to take certain poli-sci courses, same with every other major.
Right.
I just wanted to respond to a couple stuff. First, I understand the concern with the open to all students button on the recognition form, and something that we did talk about last night and probably needs to happen is going into changing that, going into the recognition forms, changing that button to a text box, and instead having the prompt read, describe how your group is open to all students, or something along the lines of that. That's something we need to play around with. As far as SB 32 goes, I believe that it only really pertains to class requirement. As far as the discretion for that goes, I'm a non-major, but I can take poli-sci classes, so that's where I don't think it falls back in the membership requirement. And then lastly, I really appreciate the inclusivity discussion that we've been having. It sounds like based off of that discussion, the direction that we are leaning, based off that limited discussion, the direction that we are leaning is towards the sort of tiered membership requirement for students. And I just want to see how the Senate feels about that option. It sounds like that's where I've heard the most positive feedback in terms of directions, but I really just want to know how the Senate feels. Thank you.
So I'm gonna cap my speakers list right now. Reed's Cooper, Anderson, Nelson, Johnson, and then Parsons at the bottom. So I got Burnell, Bolton, Bolton. Anyone else? Sweet. Speakers list is capped. Blueprint.
Question for you, that's probably, how do student completers know that person is in a certain major when their student requires a major? Because, I mean, I'm a social work major, but I can go up to student group B who are poli-sci majors and say, hey, I'm a poli-sci major. How, I guess, like, how does that process go? Do I have to show my cyber bear, or do I have to show?
Okay, so that, that's a great question. I think it really varies from group to group. I think most groups don't necessarily have a set method on how to check. As far as honor society goes, most honor societies are, and this is an issue within itself, really sort of carried through by the advisor. Like the advisor is the one that picks student groups to join the honor society, which again, it's an issue in itself because these are supposed to be student-led student groups. And then as far as like recognizing students within majors. I think a lot of that too is just knowing people in your major and then going through that. But I don't think there's an exact method set for how they check. I don't know if they use 790 similar to how we use 790 to check if a student is a key paying student. But that's a really good question. Thank you.
Anderson.
I'm just gonna point this out. I'm going senator in their professional program. I can't change my major and I can't take classes outside of the law school in a semester. I'm only allowed to take 6 law with non-law credits that count. So just like everyone keep that in mind. The law school is not the only professional school that has this requirement. I would just like a better discussion about the major thing because not every student has the ability to just jump on over or take classes in a certain major to qualify to be in that group. And I feel like by not speaking up about that, it's doing a disservice to those students that would be affected. I'm still not advocating for them to be recognized, but I would just like that to be included in our discussion. If there are professional schools that cannot just jump and take classes outside of their major, it's a lot of times about the fixed for us. So we just keep that in mind.
Nelson.
I want to honor that point and say that I recognize it, but in talking about inclusivity, I still worry about de-recognizing or penalizing groups that might require admission into a major or various academic programs, and this is where I would be an advocate for different types of recognition, where potentially we recognize groups that require enrollment in a certain major, but we just don't give them most of the benefits that other student groups can get in terms of funding. Really, the only benefit that I can see extending to them is giving them access to free rooms for their gatherings or funding events that are open to everyone on campus. Again, this is where I ask that the Senate look with a little bit more of a critical eye at what kind of impacts this sort of discussion might have on many groups on campus. And I recognize that maybe I'm not operating on the definition of inclusivity as important as I think it is. There's a lot of groups on campus that, again, I recognize aren't entirely inclusive, but that doesn't mean I don't think we should recognize them.
Johnson.
The tiered system seems a little funky to me. I think that you're gonna have things. I think that if we go off the tiers that were laid out, and I'm not saying that they're well thought out, well designed, but we're in the stage of building on that point yet. It seems a little weird to have like this group that falls under this because of this, and this, and fund it, this, and this, and this. I understand that there's we have certain groups that hold certain events that not all students can go to, and I think that can be murky about how you fund those events.
One of the commissions are fighting.
Yeah, I just want to clarify when I say tier system, I mean membership tier system. So full member and associate member.
Senator Johnson.
Well, that changed the whole point. That's all yield.
Yep. Now.
I am indifferent about the tier system as far as funding is different based on the tiers. However, I do think it's important to like tier these groups out just for the sake of continuing the conversation. For instance, like there's a lot of honors groups, and then there's like academic focus groups, national affiliate groups. All these groups play some sort of question in the why we're having this conversation now. I think that would be really important just moving forward to isolate these groups further and focus on certain causes. Again, I don't think it's a consideration for final budgeting. I think that's a significant number of seniors. Yeah, thanks again for what we have to say. I guess just for closing remarks, I really appreciate this conversation. Really appreciate everyone taking the time to give their 2 cents on this. Like I said, it does sound like we're leaning towards a tier system in terms of membership, just with the conversations we've had on inclusivity and how Senate wants to see recognition go in terms of recognition going to student groups that are open to every student. Sounds like the tier system in terms of membership is the best way to accomplish that by having student groups recognized only if they are open to all students through a full membership and then an associate membership for their students. It sounds like the splitting into 2 parking lots isn't a very popular direction to go with, and I understand that.
It sounds like we do want to see more change on the fiscal policy side as well as the BOMO side. I would appreciate more discussion on what that looks like. I really appreciate the talk about splitting student groups into more than just the 2 parking lots. I apologize for misconstruing that. I think that's a very valuable direction to go in, and I would in the future like to hear more discussion about that and maybe see how that can play with also doing a tiered membership requirement for student groups. And maybe we can do a straw poll to see where senators are moving towards in terms of tiered memberships.
There's not too much speakers left, but we can do a straw poll. If you feel uncomfortable voting the straw poll, you don't have to vote. It's just getting a feel for where senators are at the moment. Holden.
Again, just reiterating some previous statements. I'm happy we had this conversation. This is a conversation the board has been having, especially since Senator Flanagan and I just bring this up out of everyday talk. I just wanted to state that when it does come down to final budgeting, we should be funding these groups if they are the way that they are right now. And when next year rolls around, that's when we should be taking into consideration that SB 23 that was passed in the fall.
And Mr. Manager, questions?
So I just want to thank Senator Flanagan and Senator Fulton for all their work on this. They've been great to work with throughout the semester, and I think they're doing a good job. As it stands right now, there's a lot of discretion who gets to be a member and how we get to fund things. So I think having more clearly defined parameters will allow for more objective standards in the future, and I applaud their doing this.
Great. So that exhausts my speakers list. I'll do a straw poll vote on the first 3 options, and I'll recognize Senator Flanagan to give me a brief description of those 3 options right now, and then we'll proceed to straw poll. So Senator Flanagan.
Yeah. So the first option that I mentioned was to not tier off, because that's kind of a confusing term, to separate recognition into 2 camps, inclusive and exclusive. The second option was to require complete inclusive membership for all student groups utilizing tiered membership. So full member, associate member for groups that can't meet the full member requirements. That way it can be open to all students on campus. And then the last option was fiscal policy funding priorities, or excuse me, was on the fiscal policy side, and that was for the change to go through fiscal policy to base funding priorities off of inclusivity of the events or the student group asks. And then we include the sort of split student groups into different camps, more than just the 2, to allow for more nuanced recognition by the Senate. And each sort of camp would have different benefits and drawbacks.
So what I'll say to this, I mean, there's already 4 options, or there's already 3 options. So maybe what we could do is, if you're in favor of the idea of option 1, but you don't necessarily like separating it into just 2 camps, vote for option 1, because this is just a working plan, not necessarily like we're going to go with 2 camps at this point, and that's the policy that board members are going to work on for the remainder of the semester. What I would just say is this is just a values vote. This is not a policy vote. So whatever you want to value and whatever you want board members to work on, straw poll on that. Again, this is not binding, and if you don't feel like you have an opinion right now, it's not a requirement for you to vote. Additionally, if you're unhappy with the straw poll vote, BOMO meets Tuesdays at 5 if you want to put your input. But we'll do the straw poll vote now. All those in favor of pursuing option 1, which is separate recognition into 2 or more different camps. Has everyone voted for that option? Okay. All those in favor of option 2, which is require inclusivity using the tiered membership system. Okay. Has everyone voted? And then the last one is option 3, which is fiscal policy, funding priorities off of inclusivity of student groups and events. Okay. So option 1 received 8 votes. Option 2 received 4 votes, and option 3 received 2 votes. Again, not a majority of voting members on the Senate, but a good starting place for board members to start working on policy proposals. Now, is there any more committee reports? Senator Blucher.
A lot of people were sending us about the candidate forums. Tentatively they're at the 8th of April. Sorry. And yeah, our next meeting is March 3rd at 6 p.m. Probably in UC, like this room over here. So if you want to come, maybe send Shane or Morgan.
Business Parsons.
Yeah, so since we have final budget this weekend, Board on Budget and Finance will be meeting at 6 p.m. on Friday afternoon. We have some pending business that we need to attend to. So yeah, we can meet at that point in time.
Any more committee reports? Last call for committee reports. All right, seeing none, we'll now move into Senate Bill 54, resolution amending board on member organization bylaws. Give me 1 second. We'll put up in my binder. Let's get through this resolution first, because this is pretty straightforward, and then we'll take a break after this. So Senator Flanagan, again, your authorship.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let's find some notes.
Also, if anyone wants to get on my speakers, let's just raise your placards.
Okay, cool. So this is a very straightforward resolution. Usually I'm against sort of bureaucratic, like pointless changes like this, but I wanted to do this change in case it would, because I was worried that this would cause any like confusion to student groups trying to read bundle bylaws to understand how recognition works. Not to mention that one of the changes I'm changing is kind of my fault because I made it really redundant. So first of all, Article 5, Section 4, subsection C, I'm just shortening ASUM board on member organizations to the board because that's what you usually refer to a board as when you're talking about bylaws. And Articles 5, Section 4, subsection F had a tautology in it, and I just wanted to remove that tautology so it made it easier to read and easier to understand for student groups. If there's any questions on this, I would love to answer them.
Glucker. 42? Okay. All right. So there's been a motion by Senator Glucker to capitalize the 8 in harassment in line 42 of the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kiefer. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, that amendment is adopted. Next on my speakers list, I got President Belcher.
I move to amend line 43 instead of saying and group inclusivity to all activity to say and inclusivity to all group activities.
There's been a motion to change the wording on line 43 to change from group inclusivity to all activity to. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
And inclusivity to all group activities.
Okay, so the way that the motion would read now is and inclusivity to all group activities. Do you have that? Sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay. Now I'll take a second. It's seconded by Senator Torello. Unanimous consent has been called, and discussion's been called by Senator Flanagan. President, your authorship.
Yeah, I just think in group inclusivity to all activities sounded kind of clunky and unclear. Like I think to myself a couple of times to realize what that means. And I think the meaning is that we want inclusivity for all group activities, like all the things the group does has to be inclusive to students. And I think that is just a better way to phrase it. It doesn't have to be this way. I don't think either way is grammatically better than another way. I just thought that was more
clear.
Yeah, I just called discussion zone to make sure that this was like sort of a grammatical thing and not a like weird loophole that was trying to be made during the recent discussion. I'm just making sure.
Decorum. Any more discussion on the amendment? Nelson.
I will say the adjustment to wording I think has like pretty profound implications, especially if we're kind of still undecided on what inclusivity means. And I just want to be a little bit considering about like what could change in word order actually.
Any more discussion on the amendment? President Belcher.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just give a little more context, like reading it over again the first time. My first interpretation, group inclusivity to all activity means that they have to include all groups, which is not the same as all individuals, which is why I changed it to be that way, but I'm not going to that on this bill. I just wanted to say.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Terrell?
What, I guess, is your difference definition?
I guess my understanding is this is inclusivity to all group activities, and means that students have to be able to participate in all group activities, and I don't know if that's necessarily reasonable with some of the student groups that we have. And I don't, like, without a firm understanding of what the Senate deems to be inclusive, I just think I'm a little bit uncomfortable making this big of a change in a resolution that was supposed to be like clarifying and like pretty simple in nature, but.
Frank?
Something I guess I kind of wanted to clarify. I think the concerns definitely hold merit, but as our current bylaws read, we already require student groups to be open to all students. It's just which students they're open to that we have an issue with. So that's where this sort of language change wouldn't make too much of a difference, because in the end, we're still going to have ultimate discretion over how that inclusivity works, and that just goes back to that inclusivity definition discussion that we were having.
Johnston?
Yeah, I guess I didn't think this was going to be that big of an amendment. I was actually like calling the internet or somebody else did. But after doing some more discussion on it, I think that there's a pretty significant difference. I mean, inclusivity to all group activities, if a group is having a graduation dinner for the members of their group, that means that every student would essentially be able to go to that graduation dinner regardless of if they were ever part of that group or not. But this is how I'm reading this, is it's group inclusivity. How it currently reads before the amendment is it's everybody, like everything in the group is allowed to go to the activity. And so I think that is a pretty significant difference. So I would maybe not rush to just end this discussion.
Janelle?
Anyone who knows, probably some of the time, you know, the bylaws, I know there's bylaws explicitly, or like some of the state, this section with inclusivity, like it requires group inclusivity, sorry, but does it explicitly mention that the group's activities must be inclusive to all?
This is the only mention of inclusive bylaws, but if somebody wants to correct me, I totally appreciate it.
So before I allow more responses, point of parliamentary inquiry, Senator Fulton.
I'm sorry, I'm like tripping up on things. I was wondering if there is a distinction already in the bylaws regarding inclusivity of a group versus the inclusivity versus the group's activities.
So in the future, Senator Fulton, that is a point of clarification on a point of parliamentary inquiry. Belcher, or did you want to follow up?
I would like to follow up. Actually, no.
Belcher.
Okay, I did not mean to start an argument. I thought it just read a little bit clearer this way. But I guess just give me some head nods or shakes of the head. How would people feel if instead of explaining inclusivity to what, since we haven't even really defined inclusivity yet, it just said membership, leadership, and inclusivity. May I have a follow-up?
Mm-hmm.
I move to amend the amendment. So a friendly amendment.
I'm going to rule this way. You can withdraw your amendment and get on the main speakers list.
Yeah, withdraw my amendment.
Does the seconder withdraw, Senator Terrell? Withdraw. Okay. President Belcher.
I move to amend line 43 or 43 and 43 and 44 to get rid of all the words after inclusivity. So that's to all.
All right, so there's been a motion by President Belcher to remove the words "to all activity" and then "and group" in lines 43 and 44, so that it reads in terms of membership, leadership, and inclusivity. Hold on 1 second. I'll take a second and then "and inclusivity." Great. Is that how you would like it to read, President Belcher? And then would you like a semicolon at the end of that? Okay. And then would you also like that folded so that they can note the changes? there a point of information? Oh, all right, never mind. I guess you don't want someone. All right. I'll take a second. Point of clarification, Sarah Fulton.
He's not there.
So that's a point of information and not a point of clarification. That would you like a point of information?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an extra space between the P and
Thank you. That's just the way it reads. Yeah. All right. I'll take a second. Seconded by Senator Terrell. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, the amendment is adopted. My main speakers list is empty. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Senator Hurley.
Move to capitalize the H in
Decorum.
Move to capitalize the H in harassment in line 19.
Okay, so there's been a motion to capitalize the H in line 19. A point of information by Senator. Okay, withdraw. Cool. My main speakers is empty. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 54. All right, seeing none, we'll now proceed to a roll call vote on Senate Bill 54, resolution amending Board of Member Organizations bylaws. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Grinnell.
Yes.
Senator Flanagan.
Abstain.
Senator Fulton.
Abstain.
Senator Glucker.
Yeah.
Senator Hahn.
Yes.
Senator Hurley.
Yes.
Senator Johnston.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yep.
Senator Nelson.
Yes.
Senator Medina.
Yep.
Senator Ream.
Yes.
Senator Rink.
Yes.
Senator Sladish.
Yes.
Senator Tarallo.
Yes.
Senator Anderson.
Yes.
Senator Borgasani.
Yes.
Senator Gregory.
Yes.
Business Manager Parsons.
Yep.
President Belcher.
Yes.
17 to 02.
All right, so the resolution passes 17 to 02. I will now entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess. Moved by Senator Grinnell, seconded by Senator Fulton, and unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, please be back in your seats at 8:51 p.m. Clock on the wall is wrong.
Yeah, I know, we're,
I've never met people that can argue you like you guys. I love it.
Just so like.
Yeah, I definitely, next time that it comes to the Senate, I think I would
Probably. Which is, I need to start doing this out there. I have it on them. Like, how do you find out? Like, you're somebody telling this guy. The first time I did it, I was like, I like pulled my hand down, I was like, oh, I feel weird about it, and they're like, no, just this, and I'm it's like, it makes me feel more professional. It really does. It makes me feel like I'm standing for what I'm saying. And I'm like,
Yeah, but that's
no,
still.
it's really like, it's, I honestly like, I think people should like do it. You're just doing it for fun. Yeah, it's just little. I mind going, but I'm just there. I wanna say here.
Two more resolutions. Let's do this. Please.
No, it was like
Woo!
good.
Are we going into a closed session tonight? No idea. Who knows? That is not. I just write it down.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
Do I write it down if you guys go into closed session?
Honestly, what you said is probably not It's just so simple.
You? I'm happy.
No, I'll pay you. I'll pay you. Money. There's money right now.
What are we doing? Yeah, I did. Well, it was very interesting discussion. I'm very entertained by tonight. Don't play.
I'm glad that you find entertainment out of this.
I'm very entertained.
I'm glad you're not just like, I hate all of you, shut up.
Yeah, it's okay though. Because then we leave this room, and I'm like, I love you all again.
And then I just said.
Sorry. Poor thing.
My friend sent me 50 text messages within the last hour.
Straight, was it? No, I'm sorry. I didn't make that.
Why? That's great. I would love to. She mad at you? No, she said everything else.
Damn it.
Fair.
Everybody, please take your seats.
Fingers crossed.
Your last slice of pizza.
Hold on, what's the next one?
All right, I call this meeting back to order at 8:52 p.m. We will now move into Senate Bill 58, resolution regarding an increase to the ASUM student activity fee. President Belcher, your authorship.
Hello, senators. We've been talking about this for quite some time, so I will keep it brief, but basically, this is the resolution regarding the increase in ASUM student activity fee by $3 from $67 to $70. So just a little bit of background on this. The reason it says 70 and not 78 is because we had the recycling fee moved out of our fee on the bill and in facilities because that is where the money goes. So the number that will appear on the bills for the ASUM activity fee is actually lower than it was previously, but we will be getting more revenue. So just clarification on that right off the bat. In total, this resolution and the next resolution is expected to bring out $55,000 ASUM, which is pretty exciting. And you can see in the whereas clause and the justifications, that is for a variety of purposes, specifically childcare, as you can see, that has had some issues in the past, but we look to in the future adequately fund that, expand legal services, and pay our employees. because our student employees' wages are tied to minimum wage, and as minimum wage increases, the amount that we're obligated to pay them also does increase.
This is Major Parsons.
Ditto.
I yield back my authorship, so I move my main speakers list. Senator Nell. Yeah, sorry.
Move to change the word provide to provides in line 8 for referral. And in line 9, it pertains to that change as well, to strike as well as overseeing and funds and replace it with overseas and funds.
Okay, so there's been a motion to change a few of the words in the first whereas clause, to change the word provide in line 8 to provides, and then change the word overseeing and funding in line 10 to overseas and funds.
So it'd be the group as well as overseas and funding. It would just change that to and funds and overseas.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
active.
Okay.
And as well as is taken out in his hands, because that relies on the for
Okay, so let me see that. Okay, so delete the as well as. Is that how you'd like it to read? And then put a comma after overseas?
Yeah, actually, that's more like this.
Okay. Is that how you'd like it to read?
No, I would like to take that comma away and put an and before overseas.
And then strike the end? Or,
No,
oh,
that's
wait,
not-
sorry, never mind. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, is that how you'd like it to read?
Yes.
Okay. So the amendment stated as what's on the screen. It's been moved by Janelle. Is there a second? Seconded by President Belcher.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection, discussion or objection? Seeing none, the amendment has been adopted. Next, my speaker. Sure, yeah.
Move to decapitalize legal in line 41.
Yeah, there's been a motion to decapitalize the word legal in line 41. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kiefer.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection, discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, that amendment is adopted. I'm going to give the secretary a few moments to put that on the screen. And then I'll push it at the bottom. Kiefer. Was adopted. Next on my speakers list, Senator Johnston.
First off, I am in support of this resolution today. I hope it is and should be. I originally was going to increase this fee to make it $6, and I am not planning to do that anymore simply because I don't know if that would be approved at POR, and so I just wanted to, I guess, thank the executives for doing this. However, I would hope that there is a increase fee next year of some sort, even if it's a smaller amount. I just think that this fee is not necessarily going to stop the bleeding.
Anderson.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off my federal hat for a second, put my tenant hat. I am very much in support of this fee increase because, again, I have a child who goes to daycare and a lot of parents would be not in school without our program. So I would encourage the Senate to either find the impact that our agencies have on students and their ability to attend the university, and keep that in mind when voting to approve their resolution.
Senator Hahn.
Just for a point of clarification, when was the last time ASUM raised the student fee?
Okay, so I guess the last time the student activity fee was raised was at the end of fiscal year 16 when they raised the fee by $9.65. But there was also an addition to the fee at the end of fiscal year 17 with the addition of RCSF by $1. So the student activity fee last increased at the end of fiscal year 16. The ASUM fee last changed and increased at the end of fiscal year 17. Yeah, there is a difference there. Senator Flanagan.
Question for the execs. This probably is something I should ask in the morning, so I apologize. But for the whereas clauses that pertain to a particular agency, were those sort of made in conjunction with the head ahead of each agency, or were they kind of just made with like meeting with the agency heads, talking with them, and then writing the whereas clauses? Not against it, just curious.
So, yeah, kind of a combination of both. So the first informal process I went through is that even like in the summer, I told them that we were thinking about a fee increase, and I told them if there's things that they needed or things that they were looking for to let me know and start getting that on my radar. And then about, I would say maybe 2 months ago, I said, okay, now you need to send me like if you had a fee increase, like how that would benefit your agency. And some of them did, some of them didn't, some of them met with me, some of them emailed me. And then based on those meetings, Dan, or this favorite person tonight, assessed the biggest needs in ASUM and that's basically how this was.
Would you like to respond? I'll also respond to that. So in conjunction with that, when we did ask the directors of our agencies, we also looked at some of the things that had increased the most in cost. So you look at like the childcare thing, that also is kind of necessitated an additional fee increase as well.
With that being considered, would there be any value in forwarding this resolution to the department or the agency heads, or are they pretty aware of it already?
From the top of the town. Senator Journal.
Move to change the inline 42 to read ASUM legal services with that apostrophe.
Can you state the line number again?
42. Yep, it's the first word in line 42. Read ASUM legal services with an apostrophe.
Are you sure it's line 42? Or
has it changed now that?
Yeah, it's that right there. That's necessitating. Well,
oh,
that word, ASUM legal services expansion.
So you want to add thus necessitating ASUM legal services to replace the word. Okay, I got you. That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait for the secretary to get it on the screen before I take a second. And apostrophe. All right, so the motion been made by Senator Janelle, so I'll amend my 42 as that, and seconded by President Belcher.
Yeah.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection?
Discussion.
Senator Janelle, your officer. Actually,
I yield. Yeah.
you can't call discussion if you seconded the motion. So discussion called by Senator Roy. Senator Janelle, your officer.
I yield.
Yeah. So I just realized the apostrophe needs to go after the S because it's actually called ASUM legal services, and if it's a plural that's possessive, it goes after.
You can call it friendly, but President Belcher has to make the motion first. Yes.
I move to move the apostrophe.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Senator Johnson. Yeah, Senator Ring first. Sorry. Okay. President Belcher.
I move to inline 42 with the S at the end of the.
Okay, so the motion is the secondary rule friendly. Yes. Okay. All right, so that's been rule friendly. So now we are back to discussion on the amendment itself. So the amendment reads ASUM legal services with the apostrophe after the S. Is there any more discussion on the amendment to quorum, Senator Hall? Is there any more discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we'll now take a placard vote on whether to adopt this amendment into the resolution. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so the amendment passes 16-0. Next on my speakers list, President Belcher.
Yeah, so just to talk about a fee increase next year, that's totally attainable for ASUM, especially since next year will be on the biennium, and it won't have to, and we won't have to use our special student government exception to get it, and I really hope that student government does that.
You understand?
Move to strike lines 34 and 35.
Okay, so there's been a motion by Senator Anderson to strike lines 34 through 35, and the resolution's been moved by Anderson, seconded by Nelson. Senator Anderson, your authorship.
Yeah, so I feel like this against one of the agencies or things that were not their fault. I'm also going to move to amend the whereas clause above it, but I feel like this is properly targeting an agency that has expanded and requires extra expenses because of regulatory needs. And I feel like this is an attack on that specific agency. So I feel like it needs to start from the resolution.
My speaker's list is empty. President Belcher.
I think this needs to stay in the resolution because that's a significant justification for getting more money. We're not trying to target childcare, but the fact of the matter is they are our most expensive agency. And if we want to properly fund them and give the Board of Regents to approve to allow students to pay extra money every semester, we should justify why we need more money for childcare. And the reason we need more money for childcare is one, we do not want to take funding away from another part of our organization to fund childcare. But at the same time, we want to make sure that that agency is taken care of and managed and properly funded. I think it's more than reasonable to say that one of the reasons that ASU needs to increase is because of the cost associated with childcare.
Well,
Yeah, I don't see that these whereas clauses as an act. I think it's just more a statement of reality. I don't see any kind of negative towards ASU and childcare and whereas clauses. I think, if you need to if you're going to increase fees, you need to give a reason why, and this is a huge part of the reason why the increase is being proposed. So I think that needs to stay in there.
Anderson.
Yeah, so I would like to direct everyone to look at lines 41 and 42. We talked about the increases of legal. We also just increased their budget to fund the other lawyer's position and the increased costs. I'd also like to point out that if you want to argue expense, I doubt that childcare is the most expensive because they bring in $800,000 of their own revenue, whereas legal does not. I just don't feel like this is appropriate. If it needs to be reworded, that's fine, but we are mentioning their increased costs with ASU and childcare in the whereas clause above it. And so I feel like this is an unnecessary whereas clause to get the point across of this resolution.
Nelson.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna call out childcare, you have to call out the other agencies. I think a better whereas clause would make it be ASU does not seem to properly fund our agencies at the expense of other student groups. Because as you mentioned, legal is being expanded and currently we have other agencies that we still need to fund. And it's not necessarily at the expense of childcare. Only calling out childcare seems really inappropriate as a justification as to why to increase our fee when generally there's just increased services for most students.
Janelle.
Nope.
Johnston.
Yeah, kind of build off that point. Every single one of our agencies has a budget increase, not just childcare. I also like to point out this is, I might say this might be slightly controversial, that students don't necessarily come to the resolutions to see why we're justifying things. I think it's sort of marketing and how we present things. And so I think that if we're using the justification, if we're using this as the sole justification to students, I think this is a weak increase. If it's because we have other things that we need the money for, then I think you can show that in this resolution without having these two lines. Please vote yes.
Ms. Major Persons.
Yeah, so I think those two lines can be struck. I believe the justification above needs to remain in place though, because childcare has had the largest demonstration need in the previous years. They have increased their budget at a faster rate than other agencies. So I think it's just a good justification to have be like, we want to continue to provide childcare services to people at UM, and we need more money to do that. But yeah.
President Belcher.
I would just like to point out that although students do not look to our resolutions to find things out, the regents do, and they're the people who have the ultimate say on whether or not this fee increase passes.
Yeah, I'm in favor of removing this. Partially because I think it's kind of weirdly worded, kind of too. Like when I read it the first couple of times, it kind of took a while to process what it meant. I also don't see this as a make or break for the Board of Regents. I think that the biggest reason that we're asking for this fee is because of declining enrollment, which is almost everyone in the state knows. And I don't think, yeah, I mean, sadly, but yeah, I don't think that removing two lines is going to make a huge deal to whether this is going to happen.
Ralph.
Yeah, I would be more in favor of just adding the other agencies in there rather than striking them and just add the other agencies as additional reasons why we need a fee increase. And regardless as to why students come to vote on referendums, I think it's our responsibility as elected, as their elected representative to give a good explanation why. And as for if, people all over the state know this, I mean, when you give a report and you give a justification for something, you don't, pardon my language, half-assed it, you give all
Decorum.
you give all of your reasons why. You don't just do it halfway.
Anderson. Janelle.
Yeah, I encourage everyone not to vote for this amendment or to vote no on it because I think that we should open up the discussion of changing the language so that it reads based on agencies at the expense of student groups. I think that is a more warranted discussion because it shouldn't be a controversial subject whether to include that line that I had just read off because in general, I don't think senators should be saying that we do not seek to properly fund mainstream agencies at the expense of other student groups. But this is a point that needs to be made regardless if it's specifying childcare or not specifying childcare and talking about the agencies. So the line needs to stay, the discussion needs to be directed in a different
Wyman.
Question for the vice president. If this amendment were to be passed, would adding a whereas clause that says properly fund agencies at the expense of other agencies be considered dilatory?
Nope, because this is specifically with childcare, so I wouldn't perceive it as against intent. Johnson.
Field.
Belcher.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to changing it. I definitely think it needs to stay because a very real question that other executives, and past executives have been asked in regard to childcare, seeking additional funding, or talking about ways to have additional funding, is why we don't just cut something else in our organization to pay for it. And that's a very real concern that I think people reading this resolution might have. So I think something to the sentiment within the lines needs to be included.
Anderson.
Yeah, so I just wanted to find a reason why I didn't amend it to say fund agencies, because it's in a really bad spot to do that. So if you notice the flow of the resolution, it talks about individual agencies, the reasons their costs are going up, and then overall why we need to increase our fees. So it's more appropriate to strike this line and then add a second line in 50 or 51, for example, stating that ASUM does not seek to properly fund ASUM agencies at the expense of student groups. And I think that is a more reflective reasoning on why we are asking for the fee increase and just calling out a single agency.
Johnson.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to say it. I really believe that there is a better way to go about putting in the agency and to go about why childcare budget went up. I don't think it's reflected in this language. I think you could strike this language and put it somewhere else in this resolution that is more reflective of the situation and the situation of the University of All and the situation of the agencies. Furthermore, I'm here to serve the students, the student body, and those people around it. Would I love for this to get passed with Board of Regents? Absolutely. On the same token, I don't serve Board of Regents. I'm not adherent to Board of Regents to some extent. I would love for them to pass this, and I will do my best to make sure that this resolution gets passed and it gets passed to us. And on the same token, I'm trying to do what is best for the students, and I think that this 41 to 42 doesn't help the students in the English report. I think it minimizes the effect that the student workers have at childcare, and it amplifies what we actually do to serve the students.
Janelle.
Vice President Hanley, would you rule it dilatory if there's an amendment to the amendment to add the language that would replace this language in a more appropriate place, so that it's all here by the people proposing?
Yeah, I would do that.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
I'm still voting no on this then because I'm not going to vote on removing the language if it's contingent on adding new language after the discussion on this amendment. And I think everyone else should do the same.
That exhausts my speakers list. Would anyone else like to get on it to discuss this amendment? Last call. All right, seeing none, we'll now move into a placard vote on whether to strike lines 34 through 35. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. All those opposed? Abstentions. So the motion passes 9 to 8 to 2. Division has been called. We'll now move into a roll call vote on whether to strike lines 34 through 35. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Kiefer?
Hold on. Point of parliamentary inquiry, Senator Torello.
Sorry, can you just clarify for everybody what it is?
So a yes vote means to strike the whereas clause, a no vote means to not strike the whereas clause. Is everyone good on that? Senator Johnson, would you like to change your vote?
Yes, correct. And I do not want to change it.
Yeah.
Senator Kiefer?
Yes.
Senator Nelson?
Yes.
Senator Reed?
No.
Senator Rink?
Pass.
Hold on one second. For parliamentary inquiry.
Non-counting,
Yeah. Continue. Sorry.
Senator Rink?
Pass.
Senator Sladish?
Yes.
Senator Torello?
No.
Senator Anderson?
Yes.
Senator Borgasani? Senator Durnell?
No.
Senator Flanagan?
No.
Senator Fulton?
Yes.
Senator Glucker?
Yes.
Senator Gregory?
No.
Senator Hahn?
No.
Senator Hurley?
Yes.
Senator Medina?
Yes.
Senator Rink?
No.
Business Manager Parsons?
Yes.
President Belcher?
No.
10 to 9 to 0.
All right, the amendment is adopted by a 10 to 9 to 0 vote. I have no one on my main speaker list. Anderson.
Move to add the following language to line.
Can you send the walk to?
Yes, I will send it up.
Thank you.
I'll bring that. Okay, so,
I don't know how that started.
Okay. You ready? Senator Anderson.
Don't know how that happened. I'm sorry, everyone.
Right here?
So move to add the following language on 48, so between the whereas clause and 46 and 49.
You said 48?
Yeah. Well, they're not the same.
I would just 49. Yeah.
49. There you go.
And then another space. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Whereas ASUM does not seek to properly fund ASUM agencies at the expense of student groups.
What was the last?
At the expense of students. Nope, that's fine. Just hold on one second. And then a semicolon at the end. Great. Seconded by Senator Nelson. And unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion called by Senator Rink, Senator Anderson, your authorship.
Yeah, so I think all of our agencies are increasing their costs, and we don't want to properly fund our agencies because our students. Therefore, I feel like it's appropriate for us to fund it resolution.
Senator Rink.
I don't disagree with the language being put forth, but I disagree with the placement. I think the previous whereas clause in line 46 would be better suited to follow the whereas clause that is stated by Secretary Anderson, because that is the largest factor to
Flanagan?
I don't know if this would be dilatory, but may I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Move the whereas clause to before the whereas clause at line 46.
Okay, so there's been an amendment, and this is in line. Would you like to rule out friendly,
Yes.
Senator Anderson? Who seconded it?
I have no idea what it is.
Oh, that's right. So do you call friendly as well?
No.
All right, so the amendment has not been deemed friendly. Sorry, you made the motion to move the whereas clause before the whereas clause above it. So there's been a motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Rink. Unanimous consent has been called by Senator Serralo and discussion called by Senator Nelson. Senator Flanagan, your authorship.
Yeah, I just think it's better open the discussion.
Nelson.
I think the placement right now flows better into the following whereas clause, and so that's why I did not rule it friendly and would like it to stay where it is.
I have no one on my speakers list for the amendment to the amendment. Is there a discussion? Any more discussion on the amendment to the amendment to move the whereas clause up? Senator Glucker.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more discussion? Johnston.
I like where it currently is on the board and not moved up. I think that it flows fairly well into combination of people and then to talk about what it is on the piece.
Any more discussion on the amendment to Senator Journal?
I also think it's more appropriate where it stands right now. The order of the whereas clauses was a significant topic in the Relations and Affairs Committee. And that's because I think it's really, really important for the flow of this resolution, because this resolution does have a lot of weight and has a big significance to our agency. So if you do think that this amendment to the amendment is fairly small and insignificant, please do look at the preceding and preceding, if that's a word, paragraphs or whereas clauses to make sure that you stand a certain way on this.
I withdraw my motion.
So Senator Flanagan has withdrawn the amendment to the amendment. Does Senator Rink withdraw? Okay, so the amendment to the amendment has been withdrawn. Back to the speakers list on the amendment, Senator Nelson. Anderson. Flanagan.
Move to add and other agencies after groups. Line 50.
So there's been amendments. Okay, I'll recognize you in a bit, but I'm just going to get to this amendment before I recognize your point of parliamentary for Senator Style. So the amendment that's been, or the amendment to the amendment that's been made by Senator Flanagan would have the new whereas clause read: ASUM does not seek to properly fund ASUM agencies at the expense of student groups and other agencies. Is that how you'd like your amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Is there, before I take a second point of parliamentary clerk?
I'm sorry, we're not still on the, yeah, withdraw.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment has been withdrawn, so we are now on the amendment, but now we just got to do those amendments to the amendment. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Rink. Senator Flanagan, your authorship.
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of talk about not wanting to fund agencies at the expense of both student groups and other agencies. That's why I think it's important to have this language in there. I mean, personally speaking, I don't want to have to pull funding from other agencies to fund an agency, whatever agency it is. I don't think it's one in particular. Open discussion.
Anderson.
Yeah, so the reason I put fund major agencies is because they are the biggest part of our budget. And I would be fund them all. And I feel like those are like it's all encompassing. I don't think that we're like I don't want to put in other agencies. One, confusing then. Like, they have to be other agencies that we're funding outside of the ASUM agencies. And yeah, I mean that's the case. It's just really
Nelson.
I would also say that this is confusing. I understand like the sentiment and the intent behind the amendment from how I see it, but I think that if the reason we made the amendment that we made was that we didn't call out a specific agency, but now this makes it incredibly vague and unclear as to what agencies we're referencing. And I think if you wanted to reference agencies potentially pulling funds other areas that we want to keep funded, it just has to be a separate whereas clause that does not look like this.
Bolton.
I'm also not supportive of this language just because like going from it from like a teacher's perspective, it just doesn't make sense and it's just very redundant and it shouldn't even be in there.
For now.
In the previous amendment to strike line and put it somewhere else, the purpose of that was mostly to take out the child care agency so that there wasn't a specific agency to talk about. This one seems like it's trying to like kind of put it back in, but in like a more vague manner. And it's not so much the clarity of the sentence, but more so I disagree with voting to strike the line for a certain sentiment and then kind of adding language in later that's gonna refer back to that. I think we need to kind of go with our vote.
Flanagan.
Yeah, I understand it being vague. I think I probably could have tried to word it better. I was just kind of working on the fly. But I don't think the intent is what people are trying to make it out to be. I'm not trying to call out any certain agency. I'm not really sure where that's coming from. I'm just trying to point out that I don't want to have to pull funding from other agencies, other ASUM agencies, to fund any other ASUM agencies. I don't see how that's being muddied up.
Bro.
Would it be more helpful to say something along those lines? Happy about is not fund entities at the expense of. Want to put that out there because that would be a little easier. That would please everybody. I don't know why.
The speakers list on the amendment to the amendment is empty. Would anyone like to get Senator Knopf?
I'm sorry, now that that's been clarified, I have to agree with the author. This doesn't make quite a bit of sense. Just put other agencies there because there is a possibility. I mean, you might as well be more specific. I think that's what this is. The intent is just different than what I had previously mentioned.
Senator Ring.
I strongly agree with not necessarily the language, but the intent of this amendment. I think it could be possibly helpful to say something along the lines of at the expense of student agencies and other ASU agencies. I know that's wordy, but can't sacrifice clarity.
My speakers list is empty. Would anyone like to get on at this time? Last call. Senator Flanagan.
Forgive me if this is dilatory, but if this passes, I'm probably gonna get on there and try to fix the how the wording is set up. But I understand being nervous about on something that's completed.
Slattery.
Yield.
I speak Bolton.
Yeah, just rereading this, like analyzing a lot when we say ASUM does not seek to hire practically fund ASUM agencies, which means there's more than one. But I feel like if we have other agencies, I feel like this being redundant and it shouldn't be there.
My speakers list is empty. Would anyone like to get on at this time? Last call. Okay. Seeing none, we'll now move to a placard vote on whether to adopt the amendment to the amendment, which is adding in other agencies on the end of the new whereas clause. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. All those opposed. Abstentions. All right, the amendment to the amendment fails 6-9-3. Back to the speakers list on the amendment. It's empty. Would anyone like to get on at this time? Point of information increase, Senator Farrell. The amendment is the new whereas clause, so it's the whole thing in red right there, with the exception of and other agencies. Any discussion on the amendment? Last call. Seeing none, we'll now proceed to a placard vote on whether to accept this new whereas clause into the resolution. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. Okay, can we just do this again? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your placards and raise them above the table line. Okay, all those opposed. Abstentions. Amendment passes 17-0-1. Back to my main speakers list, Business Manager Parsons.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of have a discussion, but I'm just gonna go ahead and make this motion. So in line 62, changes so it says an increased cost with ASUM agencies by striking childcare and replacing with agencies. So 62.
Okay, we're gonna wait to take a second.
60.
Is that how you would like your amendment to read?
I believe so, yes.
I'll take a second. Seconded by Senator Blucher.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection, discussion or objection? Seeing none, the amendment to the ballot language has been adopted. My main speakers list is empty. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 58. Seeing none, we'll now move into a roll call vote on Senate Bill 58, resolution regarding an increase to the ASUM student activity fee. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Hahn,
Yes.
Senator Hurley,
Yes.
Senator Johnston,
Yes.
Senator Kiefer,
Yes.
Senator Nelson,
Yes.
Senator Ream,
Yes.
Senator Rink,
Yes.
Senator Sladish,
Yes.
Senator Terrell,
No.
Senator Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Borgasani,
No.
Senator Brunel,
Yes.
Senator Flanagan,
Yes.
Senator Fulton.
Yep.
Senator Gluckert, Senator Gregory,
Skip them.
Senator Medina,
Yes.
Business Manager Parsons,
Yep.
President Belcher.
Yes.
15 to 2 to 1.
All right, the Senate Bill 58 passes 15 to 2 to 1, not 50. That would have been pretty cool. All right, next we'll move on to Senate Bill 59, resolution regarding restructuring the ASUM activity fee. President Belcher, your authorship.
Yeah, so what this resolution does is it would make it to where instead of part-time students opting into the ASUM activity fee, they would automatically pay a reduced rate of $35. This is for a variety of reasons. First of all, part-time students can access a lot of our services and we don't check whether they pay the activity fee or not, so they are benefiting in some ways. Second of all, it causes a lot of problems when students are trying to join student groups and they're only a part-time student related to accessibility. For example, we require that 85% right now of our students in a student group be fee-paying students. And so if your student group only has 10 people in them and 8 of them pay the activity fee, you're automatically below that threshold. And then you need to find someone in the middle of the semester potentially to opt into that fee, which is, in my opinion, a financial barrier to joining student groups. They could have just paid that fee originally on their bill. And then in addition to that, a lot of the work that the execs do in ASUM does in advocating for students doesn't discriminate based on how many credits they're enrolled in and benefits them just as much in some ways and in sometimes even more. So
Business Manager Parsons.
Yeah, so this is one of the last fees on the fee schedule, I think, that has an opt-in system. So currently, full-time students, they don't get an option to opt into our ASUM student fee. Only part-time students do. Back in better times, it was the case that part-time students could opt into a lot more fees like the campus rec and other fees of that nature. But now we've moved to a model where we're making it so part-time students pay into all fees. But from an accessibility standpoint, we want to offer our services to part-time students, and I think we can get rid of the bureaucratic level of making them pay the fee at a later point in time.
I yield my authorship. We go to the main speakers list, Senator Brunel.
In line 9, I moved to change as well as overseeing funding and overseeing funding.
I did.
Okay, so, sorry. So there's been a motion by Senator Brunel to amend line 9 of the resolution to have it read as well as oversee.
And oversee some funds instead of as well as oversee.
Okay. So,
Starts with line
and then delete the well. So how you like your amendments read? Okay, so there's a motion to amend line 9 to reflect those changes. It's been moved by Senator Brunel, seconded by President Belcher. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, that amendment is adopted. Senator Durnall, you're following.
In line 26, I moved to remove the word single.
Okay, so there's been a motion to remove the word single in line 26.
Second.
There was a second, so it was seconded by Senator Sladich, and unanimous consent was called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, that amendment is adopted.
What line was it?
Yeah, I'll give you a moment to catch up.
What line was
And then just the word single.
it? Who seconded it?
Sladich. Sweet. Next on my speakers list, I got Senator Torella.
So tonight I'll be voting no on this resolution. While I understand, I can appreciate the intent behind the resolution. I don't like the idea of putting this referendum up for voting. I don't think it's fair that, and I have nothing against part-time students, but I don't think it's fair that someone who pays half the price that other students get access to all the same resources. That is just my personal thinking on this, and for that reason, I don't think it should be voted on. So I will be voting no.
Johnson.
I have a slight problem with line 13, the page from Reiner Center slash local country is not an agency of ours, it is a subsidiary.
Point of information, President Belcher.
The reason it's written like that is because originally we had it as its own thing, but the UN Food Pantry is actually underneath the Render Center, and so we wanted to make it clear that they were together, but not inflate the amount of agencies we had.
Anyways, yeah, I understand that the food pantry is not part of Reiner Center. I understand we want to show the services we provide. On the same token, I don't think we can say that it's a slash, like slash is like referring to the same thing. I would love to see it as ASUM Senate and its subsidiary, the UN Food Pantry. That's how I would like to see that. I think that represents a better feeling of what we're doing. Kind of touch on the fee being half rate or part-time students and paying for what will be hopefully half the fee because of prevention. I don't necessarily disagree with the idea. Actually, I think that there is some validity to it. However, I think that it is not my position to force the $70 fee on a part-time student. I think $35 is much more manageable. However, I don't necessarily think that that's so crazy out of the realm possibility that that could be changed at a later date.
Sladich.
Yeah, so, let's see. I think a part-time student could be a part-time student for a lot of reasons. And sometimes for students to get residency here, they have to be a part-time student. So I think there are many reasons for someone to be a part-time student. And so they're still taking classes, they're still on this campus, and I still think that they should be able to have access to our services, no matter how many credits they're taking. And also, I don't want to just necessarily discriminate against part-time students either. They're only taking 6 credits, and I think that they should be treated somewhat equally and have equal access to services.
Bolton.
Question for the president or any of the execs. What would our revenue be if this passes?
So I can kind of speak to that. So I think with a combination of both of them, not projecting for a 5% enrollment decline, which is likely to happen, could be anything close to $110,000 to $120,000 with the $3 fee increase and with this $35 part-time fee.
Oh, for that or?
So if it was in response for a $55,000 amount, really, okay. Yes, so anywhere between $110,000 and $120,000. That's also with not taking into account an enrollment decline.
Question for the authors. Do you think there's value in having a whereas clause that sort of states like a pretty significant amount of part-time students attempting to utilize services, attempting to utilize ASUM services, or do you think that's pretty substantially like stated in the whereas clauses?
I personally would not be opposed to it, but I also think we talk about it in the resolution enough, so it's up to you.
President Belcher.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some additional information about this. So if this resolution, well, not the resolution, but if the vote passes, we'll be able to strike the rule in fiscal policy that says 85% fee paying students and make it just that all members of the student group have to be students, and that's a lot clearer language because then all students will be paying some sort of fee. In addition to that, that's going to take a lot of work off of our office manager because then she will no longer have to go check all of the 7 items.
Parsons.
So I just want to touch a little bit on the part-time fee increase for part-time students. I understand that like it doesn't seem to be fair that it would be that they don't have to pay half the fee and get to utilize all the services. I had a large problem with that, wrestling that early on in the semester. Kind of with the basis that I came to was that part-time students are on campus half the time, so you can somehow justify that they would only utilize the services in half the amount. I think that's kind of what with other fee increases across campus are changing the opt-out fee system to a part-time fee system. That's the justification they've been operating under, is that part-time students are just on campus less and in theory would use those services less.
Charles.
Yeah, just to clarify, I don't mean to, my position is not to discriminate against part-time students. I don't want to. Far from it. I do believe they should be treated equally, and for that reason, I think they should pay the equal amount as everybody else. Also, in response to they're not on campus as much, we don't have an actual like poll stating that they're not. They could take advantage of the services just as much as everybody else does, regardless of how much time they're on campus. But again, I think the way it is now keeps it more fair. But I also like to, say thank you for the discussion and response to my position.
Senator Johnston.
I'm gonna ask this question to the executives. Do they, off the top of their head, know if students in 7 to 12 credits pay for Curry Health Center or the rec fee by chance?
Whole thing.
May I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
So I didn't come to this, and I didn't come into this understanding until maybe a few minutes ago. So this is for students taking 6 credits or less, where that has no bearing if we're going to make it ASUM optional, because the 7 credit was you had to be a student. If you took 7 credits, then you had to be a ASUM student. This 6 credits thing is not for part-time students. It's for students taking half of what it is to be full-time, not part-time students. You can take 11 credits and still be part-time. So I am more and more leaning towards either making this 11 credits or less in line 37, so then it actually includes part-time students, or I'm in favor of moving it to $70 because really, like, this 7 credit barrier is not probably going to be a thing. I don't know why we have it in place unless somebody can tell me otherwise. I don't know why we're going to have the 7 credit in place.
President Belcher.
Yeah, so I don't have an answer for the 7 credit thing. Are we in the speakers list or not?
Speakers list.
So I don't have an answer for the 7 credit thing, but I just wanted to throw out there that what we're voting on tonight isn't necessarily if we agree with doing $35 for 6 and under. It's whether or not we agree with letting students vote on it in the election. So I just want to throw that out there.
Plan.
Move to add a whereas clause in line 25 that reads with proper punctuation. Whereas student groups require that 85% of their membership to be fee-paying students, thus causing student groups with significant part-time student participation to be barred from recognition.
Yeah, I'm gonna. We're gonna take a 1-minute recess if you want to stretch your legs.
Wait, can you read this out? I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, so in 25 you wanted it?
Yep. Whereas student groups.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so it's gonna be line 26.
Right.
So, whereas student groups
require that 85% of their membership.
Is the numbers okay?
Yeah,
The UC, because it's more.
to be paying students. You. Thus causing student groups with significant
Sorry.
Hold on. Is there a comma there?
Yeah. Thus causing student groups with significant part-time
I don't know.
student
What?
participation.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that you texted me because I always have to know. How you spell that? Always? Always.
That's how I spelled it.
And my friend. Until you get in your phone? Yeah. Oh, okay. This guy sent me 50 text messages in the span of like an hour, and I didn't get any notifications from her. She's the reason I have it on. Okay. Hold on.
I am somebody stepping out. Hello, I'm offering a mentoring program for skinny people who want to gain weight. Is that as bad as sending an overweight person? I'm starting a program.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's equally as bad.
I'm gonna say Ivan.RGB.
It is equally as bad. It's probably.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, no.
It's like I want to say Ivan RGB. I have abs. I mean, like, I'm happy.
I know abs somewhere. That's equally as bad. It's equally as bad as saying, well, like,
It's awful. And then he follows it up by saying, and just so you know, also I want to be really honest, to be my first time. Life purpose accredited. I appreciate that. Thank you for calling me.
it's just bad. Say, are we ready? I'm about to call previous question. I'm close. No, everyone's
All right, take your seats, senators. We're gonna get this meeting back up and rolling. All right. Call this meeting back to order. So the amendment is there as it's stated. It's been moved by Senator Flanagan. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Johnston. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion? Discussion called by President Belcher. Senator Flanagan, your office.
Yeah, I think this is really important to know. The 85% of membership is something that I see a lot on the BOMO side. I think there's a significant demand for part-time students to be able to play a bigger role in participation of student groups. So that's why I think this whereas clause is kind of vital. However, I realize the wording may not be the best, and I'm very open to amendments to fix that wording because I'm not on my best game tonight for wording.
President Belcher.
I move to amend the amendment in line 26 to remove the word "to" after membership.
Okay, so there's been an amendment to the amendment to remove the word "to." Is that all your amendments to the amendment?
No, and to add in front of student after whereas ASUM requires, I'm so sorry. To make it say ASUM requires that student groups have 85%.
So right after the whereas clause.
Right there.
Requires that. All right, is that how you like, and then you got like this, is that how you like
Yeah.
the
And
amendments to
then
be?
The removal word to it.
It requires that student groups, and then remove require and that. And have.
Okay. that how you like your amendments, the amendments to read?
And remove the word student.
So after membership. Okay. Okay, so it's been ruled friendly by the motioner. Is it ruled friendly by the seconder? Senator Johnson, is it ruled friendly? Okay. So the amendment to the amendment has been ruled friendly by the motioner and seconder. So this is now the amendment, and we will go back into my speakers list on the amendment. Senator Nelson.
I was gonna say that the bylaws would require students to have 85% membership, but this is, I guess, sufficient.
By the way, as a VP perspective, that is in line with the amendment to amend it to say ASUM bylaws. Senator Terrell.
Move to amend the amendment to say, whereas the ASUM bylaws require.
Okay, there's been an amendment to the amendment to have it read, whereas the ASUM bylaws in line 26. I'll get the secretary a moment to check that out. Yeah, so bylaws. And then the before ASUM. No. Yeah. Is that how you like your amendment to read, Senator Terrell?
Yeah.
Do you want the B in bylaws capitalized?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay. Is that how you like your amendment? Okay. Is there a second?
Friendly, I guess.
It's not real friendly by the seconder, so is there a second? Seconded by Senator Glucker. Senator Terrell, your authorship. Next speaker's list is empty. Nelson.
I guess I would ask what the dissent is for a change and maybe why it wasn't called.
Senator Johnson.
I would prefer whereas ASUM bylaws require, whereas ASUM bylaws require.
Senator Flanagan.
I think the amendment is redundant, but I'm happy either way.
Senator Durnell.
I think it's more appropriate and more regular that the ASUM bylaws is referred to as one subject. So the ASUM bylaws, that's pretty standard for like writing purposes too. I guess we might as well just stay consistent. So I think I'm in favor of that.
Flanagan.
If we are gonna have it read this way, something that I would maybe like to see that somebody that's really up on bylaws can do is to actually show the exact section of the bylaws that state the 85%. That'd be helpful.
Okay, so I'm going to cap my speakers list. So currently reads Fulton, Terrell, and Belcher. By the way, this is the speakers list for the amendment to the amendment. Would anyone like to get on it at this time besides those three? Great, Senator Fulton.
Previous question.
Okay, so previous question has been called on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, so we saw the point. Let's see. All of those in favor of ending discussion on the amendment to the amendment, please signify by raising your placards. Quorum. All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so previous question passes 15 to 1 to 1. We will now proceed into a placard vote on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor of adding the bylaws into the amendment on line 26, please signify by raising your placard. All those opposed? Amendments? Abstentions. All right, so the amendment is adopted on a 15 to 2, or the amendment to the amendment is adopted on a 15 to 2 to 1 vote. This moves us back into the speakers list of the amendment, which is still voting on the point of information. Thank you for the clarification, Senator Anderson. So next, and this is speaking on the amendment, Senator Durnell. Anderson. Okay, Terrell.
Previous question.
So previous question has been called on the amendment. All those in favor of ending discussion on the amendment, please signify by raising your placards. All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, previous question fails. Next to my speakers, let's President Belcher.
Okay, I just have one quick comment. I really appreciate the accuracy in wanting to reference the bylaws. However, we do change them quite often. The numbering changes or the lettering changes, then it will no longer be accurate. I would suggest that.
Terrell.
Sorry.
This isn't your motion. No, that amendment to the amendment was adopted. This is a separate amendment. Yeah, there's been, I think, 2 or 3 amendments to the amendment, so it's gotten a little bit confusing. There's no one on my speakers list. Would anyone like to get on it to discuss the amendment? Last call. Seeing none, we'll now take a placard vote on whether to add this whereas clause into the resolution. All those in favor of adding this whereas clause into the resolution, please signify by raising your placards. All those opposed? Abstentions? Amendment is adopted on a 17-0-2 vote. Now, that moves us back into the main speakers list, which is empty. Anderson.
Okay, so I just want to make this comment, because we're talking a lot about the credit thing. To be a full-time graduate student, you only need 9 credits. So I'd like us to keep that in mind when we're deciding whether or not to change things around, because then the full-time graduate students technically pay less, the HMB will utilize services like childcare, higher rates. Also, I'd like to point out that in order to increase revenue, childcare has been looking at filling part-time spots. So days where our classrooms aren't at max teacher to student ratios. So by allowing part-time students who are here part-time to utilize the services at full capacity, this would also help childcare out by increasing their ability to get revenue from those students who maybe only need a Tuesday, Thursday, and I would be spots in classrooms.
Johnson.
I'm going to increase the fee. This is my rant first. I at least am going to try to. I fully expect there to be a special vote. Even if I get a second, I don't even know if I get a second. I fully expect there to be some sort of discussion. If it's pretty quick, it's easy, that's great. I'm so infatuated with the $70, and I don't know why. So may I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Okay. Move to amend line item, move to amend line 37, 45, and 48 to replace the $35, so it's $70.
Okay, so there's been a motion to amend the resolution. Yeah, to have all instances. I'm sorry, do you want 67 or 70?
Let's do 67, please.
Would you like it to read the full,
Yes.
full-time student rate? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a 1-minute recess to get this amendment adopted, and I'm gonna think about it a little bit. So take a minute.
So,
Can you come over to the secretary's laptop?
because your numbers are all off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta go off the one number.
It's 49.
So, to full student rate?
I think the full student,
Oh, fees?
full student fee, yeah, what rates are they? Just replace all. And then it'd be,
Where's the other one?
it's 37 on the original one, so you're about 35-ish.
Yeah. Is that how you want it to read?
No, it's not. You want a full-time student rate?
Oh, so I think
No.
it needs to
It should be
a number. I really do. If it, not that I.
No, I don't know. I didn't give you.
I would say
I was.
Well, no, I'm not saying it wasn't such a.
Cause then it's
Oh.
like that, yeah.
Okay, but so I'm trying to imagine a world in which life passes.
I know, that's the. I don't,
The ninth round.
I don't want to.
I don't see that.
I fully don't expect.
Is that a full-time student or full student?
Senator Johnson, I would like your amendment.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
I call this meeting back to order. Okay, so there's been a motion by Senator Johnson to change $35 to full-time student. Would you like fee or rate?
Would you recommend rate?
I would recommend rate.
I would rate.
Great. We're gonna go with rate instead.
Sorry, that's my
I'm gonna give the secretary a moment to type that out. Wow, great. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Hurley. There has been no unanimous, so discussion has not been called. Great. Senator Johnson, if you would like to get on my speakers list, raise your placard. You're ready.
Like I said, I don't expect this to go through, nor do I expect this to not have some controversial pushback. I am perplexed by it being $35 and the sixth student. It is perplexing beyond what I can comprehend. So that's why I made the full student rate, because the number was if it doesn't get to 70, then I say 67. So at this one, it doesn't worry about the money change from full-time student. This just means that everybody pays the same student fee, and we don't have to worry about this issue again.
Fulton.
I'm very much against this due to the fact that a lot of students who are taking 6 or less credits, financially, that's all they can afford, and like making $70 like a permanent fee for them. Like $70 is a lot of money for some people, and I don't find that fair just to make somebody taking one credit to make them pay $70.
Wagon.
I appreciate the intent of this discussion. However, I do not think we need to go through an amendment. That being said, there is no reason to support this amendment. I've yet to hear any justification for why part-time students, any reasonable justification for why part-time students should pay the same rate as full-time students. They're called part-time for a reason. They're on campus less than full-time students. I mean, it's in the vernacular itself. Not to mention, this would just look horrible for ASUM, and I think that goes without saying, but I guess it doesn't, so I'm saying it.
So I am all for money in ASUM's bank all the time. However, I think $35 is fair and we should not increase it.
Well,
Perhaps I'm just tired, but how is this different from what the policy is currently?
So, I guess I can answer that. So what currently is in place is an opt-in fee, to where students can choose to pay the ASUM activity fee. The way that this works is that part-time students would be required to pay the full rate activity fee, or the full-time fee rate.
So the amendment's getting rid of the opt-out.
Right. You want to speak to this? Yeah. Bernal.
I really love the urge to discuss this. I think it's something definitely worth discussing. Like, we're trying to raise fees, like that's a pretty big deal. My biggest reason for not supporting this amendment is the fact that we do have to pass this by students. I don't think students will see it reasonable to ask part-time students to pay $70. But I think $35 is pretty reasonable and justified. And the second reason why it is justified is because ASUM is not asking for more than it needs by asking for $35. We're asking for $70. It is asking for a lot more than we need, and it gives us a lot more autonomy to create a larger budget that is necessary, which is unfair of asking the students. I also love the word complex.
Thank you, Senator Bernal. Senator Hahn.
Senator Johnston, did you inquire about this with executives or admins at ASUM before proposing it? Absolutely not.
Follow-up?
Yeah.
Previous question.
All right, so previous question has been called on the amendment. It requires a 2/3 vote to end discussion on this amendment. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. All of those opposed? Abstentions? Great. Previous question passes 12 to 6 to 1. All right, so division of the assembly has been called. An enthusiastic member of the Senate. We will now go into a roll call vote on the previous question and discussion on the amendment. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Anderson? Senator Borgasani? Senator Durnell?
No.
Senator Flanagan?
Yes.
Senator Fulton?
No.
Senator Blucher? Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Senator Hahn?
Yes.
Senator Hurley?
No.
Senator Johnston?
I would like to know with an authorship. if
No.
possible.
Move on.
Senator Kiefer?
Yes.
Senator Nelson? Senator Ream? Senator Rink?
No.
Senator Sladish?
Yes.
Senator Turallo?
Yes, please.
Senator Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Medina?
No.
Business Manager Parsons?
No.
President Belcher?
Yes.
9 to 10 to 0.
Next, previous question fails. Dr. Lee, first I got Senator Johnson.
Okay, I really want to apologize, and I'm really not trying to waste time. And I seemed like I was joking. I apologize that I was trying to make this lighthearted to give questions. I really think there is a discussion to be had about saying 6 students or less. Because right now, part-time students is less than 12. So you're having students that are 11 to 7 paying the full student fee. I know there's a difference between opt-in and opt-out, and I recognize this is making it full. You're making students pay full things if they take 7 to 11. But your argument for having part-time students not pay the full rate, you're still having full-time part-time students pay the full rate, just that less, you're having less credits pay that rate. Furthermore, I think that it is, you can say that this is overkill and that the ASUM's funding more than they need, which is very much possible. You also have to realize that looking at the trends, UM is probably not going to have an enrollment increase next year. I think that's a safe assumption as it currently stands. I think you can hopefully UM turns it around and we start having an enrollment increase. But right now, the outlook does not look great. So when we're going to have to raise rates again, and you're going to increase the fee for full-time students again, and you're going to have to increase this again, I'm not saying that that's work that shouldn't be done because I don't think any work is too low for an ASUM Senate. I'm saying that this makes it one rate for every student, so then you don't have to worry about full-time, part-time, whatever. It is one student paying X amount of dollars, and that is it. That is the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to gouge students. I'm not trying to cut them out of being able to afford their housing. I'm saying that this would make it a one-time, this would make it a one student fee for every student, and that we're not gonna kill the students with $70 because it's $35 more a semester, which can be a lot for some students, and I'm not trying to underestimate that. That ends up being $280 over their entire college career, which granted, that is a large sum of money for any college student, but over 4 years, that is a somewhat obtainable money, a somewhat obtainable sum, I would hope. And if not, then that is on me, and I apologize if that does not seem obtainable, but I would think that $70 over a year is obtainable for most students. If not, then please tell me I'm wrong. Thank you.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Sorry. My apologies. Point of information.
$77 a semester, not a year. So over the course of the year, it's over 140.
Okay. So, all right. Senator Anderson, you're recognized.
Yeah, so I'm going to reiterate. It's different for graduate students. Considering they make up 30% of campus, you should take that into consideration. I'm going to use an example. In my last year of my graduate program, I will be taking 2 thesis credits in the fall, 4 thesis credits in the spring. I don't feel like it's fair for those of us who are literally stuck here just to finish our thesis and our defense to have to pay $70 a semester. We also don't get aid. So it's not being counted into like our cost of attendance like it is for full-time students. I don't know that in addition to paying the super tuition that I have to pay on my credits, and then all the other fees I have to pay, I would be able to afford even a $35 per semester increase. I want to take that into consideration. I'm very against this. I think $35 is a reasonable amount for those part-time students. And again, I'm coming strictly from a graduate student's perspective on this point, but I think it's worth it to note because, like I said, I don't want to pay $70 when I'm only here to literally write a paper, sit in an office, and then go home and not really do anything else.
Nelson.
What I'm hearing from the discussion from earlier before this amendment was proposed is that fundamentally this is an argument of equity versus equality. This amendment makes all students pay an equal amount, which in some utopian visions is a positive. But in our present world and with the conditions which we've been placed with on this university, I don't think that equality in this sense is particularly beneficial to those that we target. I would rather go with a more equitable model. That being said, I understand the points that are made by the author of this amendment that there is a weird discrepancy between 1 through 6 versus 7 through 12 that isn't equitable and that there is a discrepancy between these two groups. I'm not sure that this is the way to fix it, but I do agree that the difference between these two groups is not ideal in any case.
Okay, so I'm going to read my speakers list and then cap it. I got Terrell, Jernell, Flanagan, Fulton, Rank, Kluger. Would anyone like to get on it before I cap it? Jernell, you're already on it. Fulton, you're already on it. Austin. Okay, cool. Great. So now we'll go to Senator Jernell.
And any of the authors can clarify how much, I know a student taking 6 or less credits opts into a $35 fee currently, but then I guess I'm confused at this point as to whether students taking 7 to 11 or whatever that number is for part-time quote unquote students, what they pay, or if they're opt-in and then full-time students. Do you know?
They pay the full
7.
They pay the full as well.
7.
Flanagan.
So I think some great points have been brought up by the amendment maker. I really appreciate the passion that he's bringing to this, but I really want to stress that this is not the time or place. I think that there's a really good argument to be made about the equity of the fee. However, we had the chance for that argument to be made previously. And I think a better way to do that is to have a proportionate rate rather than a flat rate. I think by having one credit equal $10 and going all the way up to $70 for credit to maxing out the 7 credits, of course, makes more sense than one flat rate of 70. I think that would help a lot of the argument that the amendment makers trying to make. However, it's too late for that, and we have a good framework to go off of to make an amendment, or to make a referenda like that next year, or make a different change for that fee rate next year. But right now, it's time to focus on the $35 fee rate for part-time students because, again, that just makes more sense.
Fulton.
Yeah, so starting off, I just wanted to say, when it comes to people calling previous questions, I am not okay with people just like stating it.
For the information, sorry. By the way, just keep your discussions to the amendment, not previous questions.
Well, going to that then, again, I cannot support this, especially for students who are taking 1 or 2 or possibly 3 credits. For those who can barely afford a $300 class just for that 1 credit, I do not feel if it's fair to any of those students. I do not feel as if it's fair to any of the students that are taking 2 credits or even 3. I feel like the $35 is an adequate amount. I do not expect a 1 credit student to pay $70 for our services, and I believe that a student in that situation should only have to pay $35 to this.
Right.
I do agree with many of the sentiments being stated, but I would not be voting yes on this amendment. It's seems to me that this discussion is much more revolved around the discrepancy at the credit threshold, not necessarily the amount of money being spent. I do agree that this is not necessarily the most appropriate time to tackle that issue. So I'll be voting no.
Luger?
Yeah, I will also be voting no. Mostly because I'm against unnecessary fees for students. I think that it's the only fair argument is that this is what we were for the Senate, and I don't think it's fair for us to do that right now when it's really unnecessary. We're also, this resolution is trying to get students to vote yes on this, but I think that increasing this is almost a structural way to get students to vote no. And I also feel like this is almost against the intent of the resolution, because the resolution is about an opt-in, opt-out fee, not about whether or not.
Johnson?
All right, this is gonna be really long, and you were so happy to leave. I do want to preface that. First off, I want to address that I did state that I expected people to vote no, and I expected the majority to vote no. I hope that maybe I can change your opinion on this. I don't expect to, so there's no hard feelings for voting against this. I want to say that it makes sense. This doesn't make sense for students taking 1 to 3 credits. I completely agree. I 100% agree. However, it doesn't make sense for students taking 7 to 11 credits to pay the same $70 fee as someone taking 12 or more. So to say that students taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 are exempt from the full fee, but then 7 to 11 are kind of out of luck, I think that that's a weird discrepancy of place as it is an old standard. To say that this is not the place or time to do it, I would say this is exactly the time and place to do it. I don't think that there's going to be a fee referendum next year that's going to put in stepping stones or put in time and place and effort of, okay, we're going to make it $10 for one student, $20 for another student, $30. I think this is a great time to put it into place because if not now, when? That's the whatever it is. Another thing, like I said, very long. Please, if you need to leave, this is not super important anymore. It is. I don't know if unnecessary fee increment is the right word. I think it is a looking ahead fee increment. I think that, in my personal opinion, and you can believe what you want, I think the enrollment is going to continue to go down against what I wish would happen. I love this university, and I really wish that I could say enrollment was going to go up 5,000, 1,000. Even if it went up 100 students, we kept what we were and went up 100 students, I'd be happy. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you're going to continue to see enrollment increases, and you're going to continue to see ASU pull from the reserves that we currently have, and you're going to continue to see ASU have to make cuts to student groups and to our agencies. This maybe doesn't stop that. I can't say it does. I think that this puts more money in the coffers to be able to fund student groups and fund agencies, and to be able to maybe prolong the service we provide until the ship's course is righted, if that makes sense. And I do understand that there is a lot of negative pushback that there could come with this, and I fully understand why there'd be negative pushback. At the same time, this is simply to make it so it is one fee for every student, and every student is just going to pay this and not have to move on. It doesn't matter if you're taking 6 or 7 or 23, every student's going to pay the same. That doesn't mean that you can't reasonably assume that students taking 6 or less are actively using the services at half the rate that a student paying the full fees. You cannot make that reasonable assumption. So until I hear, which we can't anymore, because it's speakers lip is capped, so I apologize for making this point. I can't see a reasonable argument besides that it would be blowback from a student about this. That is the only reason I can see. And if that is your reason for voting no against this, I am highly discouraged with this plan. However, if your reasoning is that a student can't afford it, I understand that reason. That's a fine reasoning. But I think that if you're looking at $70 for what if the previous resolution gets passed by the body and by DOR, and then you're looking at this $35 extra per semester, which would end up being $70 more a year, which would end up being $280 over a 4-year term of the student loan period for 4 years. So if you really believe that $280 over 4 years, which very possibly can affect a student coming to school or not, if you really think that is going to impact a student from not being able to come to school here, I would highly, highly encourage you to reconsider your vote on this.
President Belcher.
I just have like a little observation. I think if we were truly going equity equality route, we'd be talking about making all students pay like $6 or something instead of raising the part-time to be the same as full-time. And then I guess I just want to provide like a little bit of context on the 6 credit thing. So that is from an old fee structure that used to exist in a lot of fees at UM, where the 6 credit delineation was made on the basis that people taking 6 credits or less were assumed to be out-of-state students trying to get residency, and that's why a lot of lines were drawn there in fees. However, as fees have changed over the years and different things have happened, that has gone away in a lot of fees, so you don't see it as much. Ours was not one of those fees, so we adjusted our fee from the structure that we were in, is why it is this way.
And that exhausts my speakers list. Since it's capped, no one else can get on it. We will now vote on the amendment. When parliamentary increase in our full fund. It's capped. No, I didn't see it. Oh, you were on the speakers list already. I wasn't doubling down. So we will now vote on whether to adopt the full-time student rate into the ballot language in the resolution. Remember, if you're voting yes, you're voting for the full-time student rate. If you're voting no, you're voting for not the full-time student rate. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your placard. All those opposed? Abstentions? All right, amendment fails 3 to 15-1. That moves it back on the main speakers list, and it's currently empty. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 59. Seeing none. Senator Rink.
Just revolt. I mean, like, I agree with the sentiment stated by Senator Johnston saying that this would actually be an appropriate place or time to think about this. Feel free to shoot me down, other senators, but I think approaching the credit threshold is something valuable, or at least worth talking about. Because I think it is kind of a discrepancy that leaves that 7 to 11 credit enrollment that should be worth exploring more. I hope that you guys want to talk about this, not just because it's 10, 20, but because it's important to students.
Johnson.
Yeah, so if we aim for the student rate to make it to 11 credits or less, ASUM actually lose money and will actually lose money as far as general. So the full time, that was the only way that realistically ASUM could keep going. So if you increase it to making it 11 credits or less, ASUM will actually lose.
Okay.
Yep.
This sets a good framework. This can, more discussion can happen on a referendum. Here, don't see why not. That's all.
Rank.
I guess maybe could I ask the executives where the 6 credit threshold came from, and or just any other dissenters why that is or should be the threshold?
I mean, I can explain where it came from, but President Belcher already explained it pretty much. And the opt-out fee structure has been a fee forever. Like I'm not sure when the opt-out structure for 6 or less was implemented, but I think it's been there since like the 80s. So, okay.
It's an arbitrary cutoff for sure, but it was one that was assigned as precedent.
Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 59. Senator Flanagan.
Question for anyone that can answer it. If we were to make the fee proportionate, how much money would we lose?
Oh, geez.
President Belcher.
I'm gonna say that defeats the purpose of this exercise. I don't know.
If you were to start trying to say that full time would be paying $70, then everyone like 11 credits will also be paying 35.
Not 35. I think 583 per credit or I think it's $5.83 per credit, starting at 1 credit, and once you hit 12 credits, it is $70.
Okay. So John, prorated then?
Yes,
$5.84. I have no idea what those numbers are, but I think we would end up losing a little bit.
Nelson?
You guys explained this a little bit, and I understand that campus is largely moving away from like a prorated progressive scale for payment depending on or rate depending on what credit they're using. But is there any other reason why we couldn't pursue that, or why you guys chose not to?
I mean, I can explain part of the reason. It's easier on our subsets because when we calculate it right now, if you pay like, let's say you have a student taking 1 credit and it's $5.83 in a subset, then you have to calculate a certain percentage of that subset to go to the Kaiman. So you could be handing like fractions of a cent to the Kaiman, which kind of defeats the purpose of the $35 per semester. It's a lot easier when you do half because it's a lot easier to calculate when part-time students pay into the fee. That was the reason why we went for that, just because it's easier on Anderson.
Oh, I'm gonna ask a question that I hope you guys can do. The law students pay half fee with their, like the ASUM fee in the law. Do you know how much revenue we gain when they switch to full-time fee? And does this like the 236 students?
President Belcher.
This is like a soft answer from what I remember being told. I think it was in the neighborhood of $8,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we gained $8,000 by acquiring 236 students to pay the full ASUM fee, imagine how much we would lose if we switched to the 11 and under paying 35, especially considering the full-time is for graduate students. There are 3,000 of them on this campus. They would only be paying $35. Please keep that.
Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 59. Great, seeing none, we will now take a vote on Senate Bill 59, resolution regarding restructuring the ASUM activity fee. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Kiefer?
Yes.
Senator Nelson?
Yes.
Senator Ream?
Yes.
Senator Rink? Senator Sladish?
Yes.
Senator Rallo?
No.
Senator Anderson?
Yes.
Senator Borgasani? Senator Janelle?
Yes.
Senator Flanagan?
Yes.
Senator Fulton?
Yep.
Senator Gluckert?
Abstain.
Senator Hahn?
Yes.
Senator Hurley?
Yes.
Senator Johnston?
Yes.
Senator Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Medina?
Yes.
Business Manager Parsons?
Yep.
President Belcher?
Yes.
15 to 3 to 1.
All right, resolution passes 15 to 3 to 1. That now moves us into Senate Bill 60, resolution approving zero-based transfer for final budgeting. Business Manager Parsons, your authorship.
So part of the reason why we were doing this is initially we weren't meeting our student group minimum thresholds after we had given recommendations to our agencies. So with declining enrollment and with increased cost to a lot of our agencies, we thought it appropriate to pull from our zero-base account. So if you notice, zero base is currently above 200,000. That's because we recently did the transfer from the UMP account from some of their old revenue in order to backfill zero base with the intent that the $60,000 would go towards student groups and achieving their missions. We didn't want to defund student groups, not defund student groups, but reduce the amount that student groups received this year fairly significantly. So we thought a zero base transfer was in order. But I'll turn it over to President Belcher to give an update. President Belcher.
I move to amend line 108 to after the word of, with the words up to.
All right, so there's been a motion to amend line 108. To say the transfer of up to instead of $60,000. Okay, so the motion's been made by President Belcher and it's been seconded by Senator Fulton. Unanimous consent has been called and discussion's been called by Senator Johnson. President Belcher, your authorship.
Yeah, so today, actually, this is why I was late setting up on the comment because I had a little discussion about this in office towards the end of the day. I found out from our accountant that we had $40,000 in an account for childcare that was separate than their main account. This used to be a contribution from the administration to cover rent expenses. However, we did not have rent expenses this year in McGill Hall, so that money is still there. And we decided it would be better to use all of it or some of it to cover the cost of what we hope is a one-time situation going out of reserve with a one-time bit of money that we have. The reason I chose up to is because I don't know exactly how much money is in that account. So the reason for this is that the executive can just transfer
Senator Johnson.
Yeah, I feel a little weird with the up to. I think that ours is pretty straightforward. We're getting $6,000 with the up to seems we're still getting $6,000. So I would be in favor of the up, or at least I would like have some more time to comprehend what we're taking guys. And I'm able to handle this.
Nelson.
I would also be able to, we don't know exactly how much we're transferring. As it stands right now, I don't actually know. It says that the Senate's approving a transfer of some amount with this amendment, but without actually knowing how much I'm transferring, I'm not really willing or excited to vote for this change. And so I would rather just table this until we know a definitive number. I understand the executives are shaking their head saying, no, we can't, but I don't like the idea of like saying up to $60,000.
Blucher.
because when we got moved to McGill Hall, the university stopped charging us back.
President Belcher.
So I guess I just want to clarify, if we remove the up to language, that maximizes the amount of dollars that we'd be transferring, and having up to has the potential to minimize it, which in my opinion is a more financially wise path to take when it comes to taking money out of our reserves. I have concerns about the Senate having the ability to budget the additional $40,000 and the $60,000. We have no intention of adding that much money to Senate discretionary, and if we do the extra 60, we would not be using that child care money. I think the child care account, this is a much better use for it than using zero base. I think we should try to preserve zero base and use as little of it as possible. This is an effort to continue to do that. That's basically our savings account, and we want to go into savings as infrequently as possible. If we do remove the up to and have $60,000, I do expect the Senate to not spend the difference in final budgeting and reserve that amount to be transferred back into zero base. However, I know everyone on this body has a lot of different opinions about what we should and shouldn't fund and at how much, and considering that diversity in view of how things should be funded and how many things should be funded, I don't know that I have the most faith that that will happen, although I do believe you are all capable.
For now. Nelson.
I want to clarify that I absolutely agree that we shouldn't be funding the full, like transferring the full $60,000 over. I would rather use the information that you all know and make an estimated ballpark guess of how much we should be transferring. And if it's a little bit over, then so be it. We use that money or we transfer it back, rather than saying that at some point somebody chooses the amount up to $60,000, which is totally unclear and doesn't give the Senate any oversight about where that money goes or who determines how much it can get.
Anderson.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit concerned that we're gonna take money from an account that's for childcare and put it into it's for the rent for childcare, which we didn't pay this year.
I'll do point of information.
So there's been a precedent. That money was never earmarked for childcare specifically. It's just been a long-standing precedent in ASUM to utilize that for childcare rent, but it's not actually earmarked for that by the administration.
Sorry, Anderson.
Okay, I'm still gonna reiterate, if it's been earmarked in the past for and used primarily for childcare, I don't understand why childcare is facing a $2 increase to their parents, but we're not taking some of that money and using it to like come up with the $236,000 of the committee.
Is that a question or?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why we're not using that to make up the difference and why we're charging our parents trying to charge our parents $2 when we could take the $15,000 difference, put it over childcare, and then take whatever's left and minus the $60,000. Like, and that
President Belcher.
Yeah, so my intention with childcare is to find sustainable, long-term solutions, which is why I suggested to Director Olson that we raise the rates, and I think that's why she also agreed to do so. I don't think for childcare anymore, one-time large payments to the agency will be a very good long-term solution. I mean, I'm sure all of our agencies would love to get that amount of money randomly at any time, but that's not a very sustainable funding source for them. In addition, though, because this is something we have the opportunity to use one time, I think now would be a good time to use this because hopefully this is the one time we struggle to meet our Senate discretionary amount.
Johnson.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the biggest proponents of not pulling from our reserves, and if anything, I just want to 10-minute rant about how I want to increase reserves. That being said, I really don't feel very comfortable being a member of this body just having the up to $60,000. That means that there is any amount of $1 to $59,999 that we pulled out, and I don't know what that number is, and nobody else on the body can tell me what that number is, and so therefore I would be voting no on this until I see some sort of better solution than up to $60,000.
Janelle.
Is the Senate discretionary value dependent for final budgeting this weekend dependent on the results of this resolution that we're passing today?
Yes.
Fair follow-up?
Yeah.
And I just don't find it appropriate to table this, although I do find it appropriate to express your indifferences about the resolution, your like yes or no. But tabling it really doesn't make sense to me when we're relying on a resolution regarding a transfer of any sort of money to the Senate for this weekend's budgeting, because the final budgeting isn't something that's movable, even though this is something that would be extremely, extremely disappointing and irresponsible.
Belcher.
So I'm just gonna give a comment. We can vote for this amendment or not vote for it. I'm a little different at this point. I'm okay with saying it's 20 with the knowledge that I know that it's around 40. But that could also mean 37 or 43, and I'd rather not risk having less money. But if that's what the senators feel most comfortable doing, I'm happy to make it.
Wayne.
Just to clarify, at final budgeting, will we decide what the transfer is up to? Or when is it decided what the transfer is up to?
This is where we determine what that transfer is up to for final budgeting purposes. If we don't use all of the money, it can be cycled back in.
Senator Nelson.
I'm sorry, when you say this is where we would determine what the transfer is, do you mean there's Senate meeting or during the final budgeting? Because there's fiscal policy considerations that factor into the time of the year.
This is the resolution that would make the transfer into final budgeting from zero base.
Yeah.
When do we determine the up to amount? Either 25,000 or 35,000 or X amount. When do we determine how much up to $60,000 we're transferring?
With an up to, I guess, yeah, now I understand your question. That would be at final budgeting. You would determine how much you would want to make. With this up to language, yeah, it would allow you to go up to that amount, I suppose. But it allows for a large degree of discretion and flexibility. So if you want something more certain here with a more certain amount, when you go into budgeting, I would recommend making that number more succinct.
This is Mayor Parsons.
So I would make a motion to change line 108 to state that approves the transfer of $30,000 from zero-based carryover.
I'm going to rule that dilatory. Again, this is up to $60,000, and that changes the intent instead of the direct transfer of funds. So if you would like to withdraw that, withdraw it without President Belcher was letting me make the original amendment. So withdraw. Okay, and Senator Fulton has withdrawn. So we can delete the up to. I'll put you on my main speakers as Parsons. Anderson.
Yeah, so I have a question. How are we able to transfer money into the general fund when it specifically states in fiscal policy that we can only do that during final budgeting?
This is the way it's been done in the past. It was through a resolution format that came prior to, and this was to give advance notice to people before they went into final budgeting. So it's been using precedent.
Section 23.3 offers more clarity on this issue. Senator Anderson.
Okay, so yeah, I read section 23 and it just says any use of zero-based carry funds must be approved. But we're specifically talking about moving money from the zero-based account to the general fund, which in 23.2 is specifically laid out. So are we suspending fiscal policy that's going to move it to the general fund?
So here's the clarification I'm going to add, because this is also kind of confusing during our meeting. 23.2 states what can happen during final budgeting. 23.3 states what can happen during whenever Senate meeting for budget and finance. The intent of these two sections, and the way that I read this is that, and this is how I'm allowing this in today's Senate meeting, is that you can transfer whenever to wherever if the Board of Budget and Finance approves of it and the Senate approves of it. The intent behind 23.2 and the subsequent subsections is that in final budgeting, there's not necessarily proper notice of us making a huge zero-based transfer to the general fund. This gives the notice and fits into the criteria of 23.3, and since it's not during final budgeting, it goes outside the scope of 23.2 and the subsequent subpoints, which is how we're able to do this and transfer it to a different index code. Did that sufficiently answer?
I mean, I still have very big issues with that interpretation, but
Okay, this is
yeah,
very
it
important.
gives me your point of where you're coming from.
So during the final budgeting process, you can still pull from zero base. The Senate just has to vote on it, and they can make additional amendments to say, you know what, $30,000 was enough prior, we need an extra 20. That can be done in final budgeting. That's when the zero-based transfer would be appropriate in section 23.2.
There's limitations on what limits on 23.2 during final budget, which is where the real difference between what we're doing and during final budget is. So it's really confusing how this works. Your next one is.
All right, so when it comes down to what we said today and what we said during final budgeting, since both are appropriate, we can either amend it to say up to 60,000 and then determine what the set value of that rent thing is, and then explicitly remove that amount and amend this, or just amend our decision through a vote, or we can create a set value here and then determine the difference and do that during Saturday.
Those would be both appropriate uses. Yeah.
Follow up.
Yeah.
It just seems way easier and way more appropriate to say up to $60,000. Otherwise, I mean, then we have a set value already to go off of. Otherwise, we're calculating. I mean, just one extra difference. I guess it doesn't matter either way. But the last thing that's appropriate is, really, I don't think it's appropriate to vote no on this, but I also don't think it's appropriate, certainly not appropriate to table it, because then this basically has no use.
Colton.
Yeah.
Business Manager Parsons. Senator Nelson. All right, there's been a motion to amend line 108 to read $30,000 instead of $60,000. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Rick. Unanimous consent has been called and discussion has been called by Senator Fulton. Senator Nelson offers it.
Sure, so I made the amendment to $30,000 because it gives us a little bit extra in case the $40,000 that we're accounting for isn't available. I think it's a safe amount. However, if there's further need, 23.2.2 of fiscal policy clarifies how we can pull out extra money during final budgeting. That amount would be between $4,000 and $5,000 based on what I understand rollover was from accounts to this year, which should supplement any great additional need that might not be met by the $30,000. I think this is a much more clear and solid understanding of how much money we're going to go into final budgeting with, and it puts limitations on the Senate that are reasonable based on how much we're able to fund student groups at a reasonable rate versus giving us up to $60,000 with literally no. Up to $60,000 is tough for me, but that's why I made a $30,000 set, and I hope that it is appeasing to the Senate, and if not, I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Fulton call discussion.
So the reason why I called the session is I just really wanted to hear how you did that.
Senator Flanagan.
Just to clarify, the transfer to zero base, can that happen anytime, or excuse me, transfer from zero base? Can that happen anytime during formal or final budgeting, or because for some reason I remember happening at the end of final budgeting last year?
So typically it happens at the end of the final budget, but you can make that motion. Anderson. So now.
I do think this is actually more appropriate now that I look at it more than chapter 60,000, especially considering some senators in this room are going to use that discretionary value to help assist themselves with determining what they want to budget this week. So might as well set it up that way.
My speaker's list is empty on this amendment. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Any more discussion on the amendment? Last call. All right, seeing none, we'll now vote on whether to change the transfer from $60,000 to $30,000. All those in favor, please signify by raising your placards. All those opposed? Abstentions? Great. Amendment passes 19 to 0 to 1. We'll now move my main speakers list. It's currently empty. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Senator Brunel.
In line 28, when it says fiscal year 20, would it be more appropriate to say fiscal year 19 there, since that's when we have this form, or did we not incur that cost until this year?
We didn't incur the costs because we didn't adopt the food metrics. Yeah.
Right. Wait. That's all. In line 92 and 95, I need to reduce fiscal year 2012 to fiscal year 2017 respectively to just FY12 and FY17.
All right, so there's been a motion to redo some of the language in lines 92 and line 95. That it read fiscal year 12 instead of fiscal year 12. Yeah, subsequent. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Flanagan. The unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Back to my main speakers list. It's currently empty. Would anyone like to get on it at this time? Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 60. Seeing none, we will now proceed to a roll call vote on Senate Bill 60, resolution approving zero-based transfer for final budgeting. Secretary David, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Anderson? Senator Borgasani?
Yes.
Senator Durnell?
Yes.
Senator Flanagan?
Yes.
Senator Fulton?
Yes.
Senator Gluckert?
Yes.
Senator Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Hahn?
Yes.
Senator Hurley?
Yes.
Senator Johnston?
Yes.
Senator Kiefer?
Yep.
Senator Nelson?
Yes.
Senator Medina?
Yes.
Senator Ream?
Yes.
Senator Rink?
Yep.
Senator Sladish?
Yes.
Senator Tarallo?
Yes.
Business Manager Parsons?
Yep.
President Belcher?
Yes.
18 to 0 to 1.
All right, the resolution is approved or passes 18 to 0 to 1. That now moves us into new business. Does anyone have any new business tonight? Any new business? Senator Gregory.
Yes, a resolution to accept relations and affairs and board of member organizations. Called resolution establishing a memorandum of understanding between ASUM and
All right, let's get the secretary to keep that down.
Can you write it down and send it up there, please?
Yeah, that would be good. Well, can you give a description?
Yep.
Okay. While you're doing that, can you give a description of it?
Yeah, so ASUM and MUN have been operating on an MOU for many years that hasn't been tested. So that's created a lot of ambiguities when it comes to funding and membership. And it's created a lot of tension in years past. So I'm hoping that by writing this, it'll just eliminate those tensions for ASUM and MUN.
Any more new business? Any more new business? Last call. All right, seeing none, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Senator Hurley and seconded by Senator Fulton. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned at 10:48 p.m.
Okay.